Mr. Charles Mudiwa, is he here? I think I saw him. Okay, great. So I'd like to have a very interactive session this morning because I know yesterday we had quite a bit from the team right up here, but I also know a few of them may not have said anything, but I'm sure in Uganda we know a lot of what they are doing. So I'll take the opportunity to just ask them one question, and then I will open up to the plenary to ask one or two questions so that we manage our time. Maurice, I don't know how much time we have so that we are able to manage our time right.
Brenda, you have exactly 60 minutes starting now.
Thank you, Maurice. So we'll do 30 minutes for South Africa and 30 minutes for Uganda. So when I say South Africa, the team here is those invested in Uganda. For the Uganda team, we shall look at mainly those that are exporting to South Africa or have some good potential to export to South Africa. Okay, so I'll just have one question for each, and then we can have the rest of you come in. So kindly prepare your questions. So I'll start with you, Madam Yolanda. First of all, would like to appreciate MTN's role in this. I've been in the business trade line for over 8 years now, and this is one of the big initiatives that we record in Uganda, where private sector, especially a company like MTN, has gone out to support both government and private sector to do this kind of drive. So I'd like to, first of all, appreciate what MTN has done, but also the different sponsors to this event. Now I know, Madam, that you sit at a place where you're handling Africa and you look at, you know, all these markets. But the fact that we're here to try and get more businesses from South Africa, and we're looking at, based on your experience in the region, I'd like you just to mention maybe 3 or 4 reasons why MTN chose Uganda and what you'd give the rest of the investors interested, the kind of confidence you'd share with them so that they come in without a problem. Thank you.
Was it on now? Yeah. Good morning, everyone. The first thing around coming to Uganda, we came to Uganda 25 years ago, and it was our 3rd market as MTN, actually going beyond our market, our home market in South Africa. So we're still testing waters, so to say. So what was the first thing that made us convinced that we're in the right place? The first one was the ability to find partners that were like-minded. We still have the same shareholder that was there when we came. He's been the chairman of MTN Uganda for as long. So for me, that was the first issue. It's what kind of partners can you get within the market? And does the business environment, is it conducive to you being able to do the business that you need to be able to do? We're an infrastructure business. We put in infrastructure on the ground, and then we can't run away after that because we have to recoup our money. So the kind of partner, the kind of legislative framework then becomes very important in actually protecting what we are investing upfront. So we were able to do that because the legislative framework was quite clear. And as we actually moved on in terms of legislation, it actually was an interactive process. That's the first thing. The second thing that I would say has worked pretty well is that, and I'm going to give an example about this. In February, we keep on talking about the summit in South Africa. And we had a number of meetings during that summit talking about the challenges of spectrum, for example, right? And saying we are not able to get spectrum fast enough. If you live in Uganda, you know within a period of 5 months, we actually got the spectrum and we launched 5G in Uganda. What does that tell you? It tells you that if there is an agreement, it gets honored, right? And that's an important principle in business. As we go into different markets, this is important. The third thing is, I call it, when you actually come in with capital as a company, I get normally two responses in the countries that I go to. The first one is that they will roll out the red carpet. Yeah. It's the red carpet to investment, right? The second one is rolling out the red tape, right? And unfortunately, in a lot of markets, you still get the red tape. Capital runs from red tape. Capital has legs. And Uganda appreciates that the markets in which we operate actually has to deliver on investment, actually getting, not that we get free passes. It's important that people don't think MTN gets free passes. We don't get free passes, but we do get the ability to solve issues, to be able to connect. Today, 18 million people are connected on the MTN network. 11 million people are connected on Momo as we sit here today. So that you can only do because of the collaborative nature of the legislative environment.
I think that deserves a round of applause. Thank you so much, Madam Cuba. I think our investors know half the story. So my next question goes to Absa. One of your, I call it taglines or objectives, is adding value in everything you do, right? So kindly share from the number of years that you've been here, some of the quick wins in terms of your tagline. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda, and good morning to everyone once again. Yeah, so I think bringing it home, one of the things that has happened in the Absa arena or the Absa family is the creation of a new purpose. And that purpose statement was, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. That purpose statement was recrafted at some period this year. We embarked on that journey over.
Sorry, I think your microphone has a problem.
Is it me?
Maurice?
It's now, okay. Is this better? All right, I'll try and slouch. Yeah, so I was saying one of the things that we have done as an institution is recraft our purpose statement. And that purpose statement was recrafted over a journey of 12 to 18 months. And finally, in 2023, we landed it. And that purpose statement says, empowering Africa's tomorrow, together, one story at a time. What does that purpose statement mean? It means that in every market that we operate in on the continent, we are looking to identify opportunities where we can support clients achieve their dreams and ambitions through various solutions that we provide as a financial services provider. That is number one. What does success look like for us? Beyond the profitability, beyond the growth of the core business, for us, we have 4 pillars that define how we play a shaping role in society. Those pillars are around financial inclusion, they're around education and skills development, they're around sustainability and creating a just society. So what does success look like for us? If we start with the first key stakeholder objective, naturally the financial side, in terms of how much we've been able to disburse in terms of loans and advances to the Ugandan banking sector in various key sectors of the economy. Yesterday, when we spoke in one of the sessions, I was in the Agric breakaway session, and one of the things that came out as we discussed in there was that there is need for trade finance. And what was interesting is some of the people that were in the room didn't know that trade finance solutions are available through institutions such as ourselves. So having had the opportunity to disperse almost 2 trillion Ugandan shillings in terms of loans and advances to various sectors of the economy, having trade and working capital solutions that facilitate trade, for us that is a key win. When I look at the construct of my business, I have about 30% of my book, advanced towards trade and working capital solutions. 30% of 2 trillion is close to 600 billion Ugandan shillings. So if you ask me, what sort of value are we creating? Those are examples of some of the business values that we are creating. But from playing a shaping role in society, which is about giving back to the community, we have been instrumental in driving a number of initiatives. Amongst them is in the area of education and skills developments. Over the years, we've been able to sponsor about 70 university students from first year until they graduate. I think our last cohort is graduating in 2023. That is number one. Under education and skills development, we also have a program that is called Ready to Work, which is targeted at the youth who have just finished their tertiary education. And it teaches them life skills. These are people skills, leadership skills, enterprise skills, and money skills, which are essential skills that any individual that is coming out of university ought to learn and appreciate. Over the years, we've been able to impact that program to in excess of 10,000 students. And it's a free program. You just go online and say, Absa Ready to Work. So all tertiary levels type of individuals have access to that. We have been involved in various partnerships. Currently, we are in a partnership with Enterprise Uganda, where we are looking to train at least 1,000 SMEs in terms of financial management skills, which is something that we have noted over the years is a gap that most SMEs have. Basic financial management skills. So if you were asked to ask me some of the wins on the financial side, I've spoken about disbursements to key sectors of the economy, but what we are doing in the environment is quite critical. We are also, carrying out climate initiatives. I think in 2023, we launched a program where we are embarking on a program to plant 1 million trees across Uganda over the next 3 years. And we're going to achieve that through various partnerships that we've entered into. We've entered into partnerships with bodies such as My Tree Initiatives, the KCCA, our city authority, and various other bodies. And we're quite ambitious that in the era that we are living in, the green economy, the environment is quite critical. So for us, that is another key win. In terms of creating a just society, we equally have ensured that whenever there has been a need at a national level, if we go back to the COVID times, we were very forceful and participative in terms of providing epitents, what are called epitents. Epitents are basically emergency hospitals that needed to be provided as assistance to the government to assist in terms of managing the disease. Equally, we, I think, helped supply oxygen cylinders, which were quite critical at the time. And most recently, about a year ago, there was a disaster in Mbale. We partnered with the Red Cross Society of Uganda in order to provide survival kits to some of the people that had been impacted by that. So Brenda, in a nutshell, from the financing side, I think that is a critical win. Creating a just society or playing a shaping role in society, those are some of the elements that we are involved in terms of giving back to the community under what we call our shared value principle. That is looking at key stakeholders, not only the shareholder, but the stakeholders in the communities in which we operate. I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
A round of applause for Mr. Mumba. I think he has spoken to very key areas, especially for Uganda, where we have a very young population. I think it's key to note the value that Absa is putting in the skilling, but also in trying to ensure that our young people, once they are out of university, or they are able to get quick into employment. But I also like the whole idea of life skills, because this is not necessarily done at school. And sometimes we don't get it at home. So if you have a partner like Absa bringing it on board, I think that is really, really good. So thank you so much, Absa, for that. Okay, my next question will go to Sanlam. Sanlam is an insurance company, and one of the things that I find really hard to market is insurance. So I'd like to know, especially in the trade space, how Sanlam is engaging and what kind of achievements or mileage you have gotten to try and grow our insurance in the trade space, because our business people really need this, especially those getting into export or international business, a lot of need is in the space of insurance. So Sanlam, over to you. Thank you. Oh, so sorry, we didn't get Sanlam over? Sorry, okay. Right, I'll go straight to Nile Breweries. My question to Nile Breweries is I know that you're doing a lot, both in terms of social responsibility, but also, in terms of pushing the product, both here in Uganda, but also in the agriculture space, because we know that you're doing quite a bit to try and get your raw material out of here. So what are the key areas or key highlights of your journey so far in Uganda?
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes,
All good?
we can hear you.
Okay. So yes, I think Nile Breweries, along with South African breweries, have created some very compelling, successful stories in the agricultural sector over the years. And I think it connects very well with what His Excellency, our President Museveni, has been voicing recently in terms of how do we work to increase the value across the agricultural sector and the value chain. How do we beneficiate the raw materials and turn this into higher value for our economy, right? So just to touch on a couple of examples, a few years back, in cooperation with the government, we worked together to promote and incentivize the use of a local crop into beer, which is sorghum. Sorghum is not usually a crop that is used for beer in a lot of markets because it's simply not available in some countries, and here it was. And on top of the sorghum initiative that goes into our Eagle brands, which went from basically zero to about 35% of our beer volume nowadays is made with sorghum. So you can imagine the impact that this has had in the farmers that grow the crop. But also we have been working very closely with our South African experts to develop the capability to grow quality barley. Barley only grows at a certain altitude, so it's not all land that we can farm for barley. And I'm very happy to share some of the very tangible results and the impact that this has had in the economy. Over the last 5 years, we have directly trained, financially empowered, digitally included, over 20,000 farmers. In 2022 alone, we trained directly 10,000 farmers. And in the last 5 years, we tripled the amount of barley per farmer in their yields for this crop. So we went from a spend of 20-something billion shillings purchasing raw materials to make beer in Uganda to over 80 billion shillings spent locally. So you could imagine what impact this has had in the agricultural sector, in the value chain across the country. And then more recently, I was happy to mention this in a previous conversation we had, this excess amount of barley, along with a $20 million investment we've made some 10 years ago in the malting facility we have in Jinja. It's the only one in our operations in East Africa. Now, it seems Tanzania is going to build a malting facility as well. And malting basically is to take barley and sort of cook it, right? To use that into making beer. And we went from being a net importer of malt, but now because we've tripled the amount of barley that we were able to grow in cooperation with the farmers, not only are they able to sell this quality barley for more money per the ton, but now we have an excess amount of barley, so we become a net exporter of malt. For the first year in 2023, we're actually selling malt to neighboring countries, and I think it's a great case to benchmark and try to copy some of this strong partnership between us and the government to attract investment. In this case, we brought investment from our mother company, South African Breweries, into here. And I think the result is outstanding, and we're not stopping here. We'll continue to grow and develop and understand other opportunities. We've recently included cassava in some of our recipes, and also we locally source maize as well. So I think, I hope that this working group, the summit here, we're able, with our connections in partnership with Pace ID and other sectors of the government, we could attract big companies, for example, in the coffee sector, to follow suit and maybe bring more capital investment here into Uganda to have a similar story to tell in other sectors of agriculture. So, yeah, that was, I think, the main success case for Nile Breweries.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Nile Breweries. And yes, I am in agreement, total agreement, in terms of benchmarking for what you've done. I'm glad that the journey has ended up into exports for barley, and that's what we're looking for all our, products, agricultural products. So we will definitely try to make sure that this conversation continues so that we have better production for a lot of our agricultural products. So thank you so much, Nile Breweries. I'll go now to MultiChoice. And my neighbor here, Mr. Hassan, thank you so much for the work you're doing in terms of sharing or telling the Africa story. I know that that's one of your focus, to ensure that you tell the Africa story. So I'd like just to ask you to explain to the Ugandans and the South Africans here, especially now that we are in Uganda, I'll be a bit selfish. How are you telling the Uganda story so that before they leave, they are able to quickly tune in and see the depth of what they haven't seen, because they've been in these rooms for the few days they've been around. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Brenda. MultiChoice, most of you know the DSTV and GoTV brands. We come off a place of privilege, because out of all the good things that my colleagues have shared with us on their successes, we have to tell the story. And because we have to tell the story, rightly so, the last 5 years, we've heavily invested in telling the Africa story. And if I come down home to Uganda, over the last 5 years, we've invested heavily in ability to skill Ugandans to tell that Ugandan story. So we have what we call the MultiChoice Talent Factory, or the MultiChoice Talent Academy. And every year on the African continent, we screen and take on producers, directors, screenwriters, scriptwriters, camera people, to be able to skill them in qualitatively telling our African story. And here in Uganda, over the last 3-4 years, I think we've now graduated easily 50 plus. There are those that qualify for the academy on the African continent, and they're trained by highly skilled industry professionals from the New York Film Academy, from Henley Business School. And what that has done to the creative industry is that we now see quality staff coming out telling the African story. I was listening to my colleague Adu from Nile Breweries telling the agro, story that has been achieved. And it is stories like these that we want to share with not just Africa, but the rest of the world. And with building that, in Uganda alone, we have been able in the last 3 to 4 years launch 3 channels, Brenda, that is Pal Magic Prime, Pal Magic, and Pal Magic Local. And these 3 channels are 100% dedicated to the Ugandan story. And I can comfortably tell you as well that over the years, we've now seen great productions like Sanyu, like Honorables, topping the Africa continent as quality stories. We're proud of that, and we continue to tell the story. When I was in the tourism breakout yesterday, we have identified out of this summit that tourism is one of our greatest areas that we can partner. And behind tourism starts with telling the African cultural context, our values, our norms, and the beauty of Africa. Those of you that have watched Shaka Ilembe, the series, you will see that Shaka Ilembe has 2 pieces. The one piece is telling the story of Shaka, but also sharing the beauty of South Africa's heritage and geography, and which is part of what tourism is all about. So that's what MultiChoice has done over the years. We continue to invest heavily in telling the African story and the Ugandan story. Thank you, Brenda.
A round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you, MultiChoice. And I like the fact that you're invested so heavily in skilling our people. I know that many of our people, young people, are really interested in this space. And so to have the advantage to get better from a professional, I think that's really, really good for us. So thank you so much, MultiChoice. And the fact that now we have very specific channels that actually promote our different artists. And these channels are not only viewed by Uganda, but globally. So I think this is very good for our space in terms of keeping us out there to the rest of Africa. So thank you, MultiChoice. So now I'll go next to DFCU. And DFCU, I know that you are in the space of agriculture heavily, which is quite unique from many of the other banks. But I also know that other banks have a number of products, but the DFCU product is a bit unique, given the fact that you're partnering with some of the key players internationally in that space. So I'd like you to kindly speak to that, what kind of facility you're giving, especially to the farmers, and we have to address a lot of our production aspects. So I would like to know what is it that you're doing to ensure that we do better, but also the farmer is properly put in the space of in the global trade. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brenda. I appreciate that. I think the first thing I want to say is that DFC is unique on this platform. We are originally Ugandan, always been Ugandan, and will always be Ugandan. Formed in 1964 to drive growth, particularly in business for Uganda, and we have continued to do that and continue to implement it to date. You specifically asked about what is our purpose, and our purpose is about transforming lives and businesses in Uganda. And we're very intentional around how do we transform businesses, how do we transform lives in Uganda. And we do this in 3 ways. The first one is around providing funding so that our customers can have funding. And a lot of businesses in Uganda that are big now, originally, almost all of them got their first loan from DFCU. We were there to start businesses and grow them to where they are today. The second thing that we do is provide financial literacy. And you spoke about farmers. One of the things that we do extensively is how do we provide financial literacy to farmers and provide them access to funding as well. And then 3 is how do we provide knowledge and advice in terms of markets and other things that are happening there. So when you talk about the partners that we have and we start looking at what we do, we have realized that farmers require assistance in 3 main areas. The first one is funding. How do they have access to funding? The second one is access to markets, because you can produce, but you then need access to markets to produce that. Then the third one is obviously access to knowledge, technical expertise and knowledge, and how to provide that. We have partnered with Rabobank, who is one of our shareholders, and they've worked with us to create, and for those who may not know, Rabobank is one of the biggest banks in the world in terms of agricultural banks in the world. It's a Dutch bank, and they also happen to be one of our shareholders. And we work with them to create extensive support for agriculture. What we have done is we formed, first of all, what is called Agriculture Development Center, ADC, which is a center where we've got people across the country in all the counties, all the districts in Uganda, and they train farmers around how to get skills and how to understand what it is, almost a mini extension services. To date, we've trained over 100,000 farmers who have gone through this process and understand basic farming principles, basic financial literacy, and basic business acumen and knowledge about how to convert themselves from being subsistence farmers into almost commercial farmers in a small way. And then they get funding, and they don't have to necessarily get funding from DFCU, although we would prefer it, but they're available to get funding from any other bank that is so they wish, and we give them that. The second thing that we've done is we're working with Rabobank and MasterCard to create a market for farmers. So we've got a platform where farmers can actually put their produce in, be able to sell, but most importantly, it provides transparency, it provides market discovery, and farmers can actually see what they're selling their commodities for and how they're selling those commodities. The third part is that we've deliberately targeted women. So we've gone on for women in business as an opportunity that we believe a lot of the farmers that we look at are women. And we've addressed a specific solution for women where we can support them. To date, we've given over 100 billion shillings to women businesses that actually need support, particularly in agriculture. So that helps them understand what they're doing, but also give them soft loans because they are not priced at the same rate. We've actually reduced the interest rate for those specific women. We've partnered with European Investment Bank to give them soft loans, which can allow the women to grow and to be able to see sustainability. So as we start to see growth, we are looking at a situation where we say that we can create markets, and what's exciting about this today is that a lot of our customers are looking for markets, they are looking for opportunities, and we believe this forum today will provide a great opportunity for us to be able to provide the lending, but also trade finance, export commodities, and be able to sell a lot of the produce that we have. So our problem is not production. Our problem is marketing and logistics. We find people are struggling with refrigeration to sell produce into the market. How do you get logistics to get commodities out into the market? How do you get the right quality? If you're getting potatoes from Kisoro, how do you get the right quality and products that KFC can use to make the chips? So how do we manage that process across the board, and how do you provide that chain? So we're looking forward to this forum to provide that market, those opportunities, and DFCU will support those farmers. Our post-harvest handling losses are upwards of 40%. How do you reduce the post-harvest losses down so that you can sell more and make more money? And that's what DFCU is about, to support the farmers, transform lives and businesses in Uganda through agriculture.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for DFCU. I think they're doing, there's quite a bit, and it's nice to know that you have a Women in Business program, because I think this has empowered a number of women, but also probably something that is quite new and unique to DFCU is the way you've handled the investment clubs. And I think that is also doing so well in terms of the young people to try and get them into the business space. So finally, I think we speak to Stanbic. Stanbic, you have an advantage over many of the other banks in terms of how spread you are. And this is really based on the kind of history that you have had. So I'd like you to tell us a bit about what you're doing to take advantage of your size and spread to ensure that you're well-grounded in the trade space to support and empower exporters and the business people who are looking at getting into the international space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brenda. I'll respond to that in three sort of dimensions. The first one being our regional presence and our access to pools of capital outside of the African continent. Our partnership with ICBC Bank, the largest bank in the world, which gives us access to China. And what that does for us in terms of connecting African businesses to these pools of capital is that we are able to provide those pathways to those pools of capital and liquidity that can help us in our import journeys across Africa. That's at a global level. At a regional level, we are present in 20 African markets. We also have the unique capability of being able to link customers across our geographies, our blue-to-blue customers, in terms of how they can interact with each other and how they can facilitate trade for companies that are operating intra-regionally and across the different parts of the continent. And really that positions us to become the go-to financial institution for companies outside of Africa wanting to do business in Africa and African companies wanting to do business outside of Africa. And that really uniquely positions us for that. And bringing it closer home, if you look at East Africa, the most integrated region in Africa, and becoming increasingly more integrated, we believe as well that we've created pathways and bridges that allow our customers to be able to interact with each other cross-border. We recently launched a platform called Borderless Banking, which allows our customers to be able to pay for goods and services in their own local market and be able to collect them in another market across the border. So that's also worked out very well for us. And it allows us to be able to monitor the movement of liquidity within the region and be able to also play a very strong advisory role with the regulators across. And bringing it closer home into Uganda, we have an enviable distribution footprint across, which allows us to facilitate from the most basic transaction, which is cash in, cash out, through our branch network, cash in, cash out through some of our ATMs that allow cash deposits. But also it allows us to support the supply chains within the country. So supply chain financing becomes quite critical for us. I think it plugs into the comment that was made by my brother Charles around how do we connect farmers to markets, the post-harvest handling challenge that we face. But I think on the back of that is a supply chain financing which provides the liquidity that allows for the free flow of those goods to the mainstream markets. So that's absolutely critical. In terms of trade finance per se, given our size and our access to foreign portfolio investors, foreign currency liquidity, we do happen to be the largest commercial foreign currency liquidity provider on the market. So naturally, that positions us very favorably to be able to support trade finance across. And if you look at, from a currency perspective, we are the largest rand bank in the market. So that also positions us very uniquely to facilitate trade between Uganda and South Africa. And when I heard the numbers yesterday, I really felt strongly that there was a need for a stronger partnership between the companies that are exporting into South Africa, importing from South Africa, and the opposite of that, to say how can we take advantage of this access to this liquidity and be able to provide relevant commodities that help drive growth on both sides of the equation. And we are, I suppose, with our brothers at Absa, fairly uniquely positioned to support that intra-trade growth between Uganda and South Africa. And our hope is that out of this conference, that these opportunities become real and that we have the courage to seize these opportunities in the lifetime of these opportunities. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause, please, for Stanbic. So I think we've heard from everybody now. We know what the different companies are offering, but also a bit about their journey in terms of how they are invested here. So I'd like to ask from the rest of you, I've done my share with asking questions. Anybody with a burning question, we can take 2 for each one of them, and then we shall close the session with the South African team. So 2 questions. Can I have the people with the microphones go around? We have Madam Honorable Sechitoleko here. Then we have 2 other gentlemen. Who has the microphones? Maurice, can I have help here? We need microphones to go around.
Where is Honorable Sechitoleko?
Honorable Sechitoleko is right here.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. My question goes to MultiChoice. I really love your advert where you say you are writing the African story. But here in Uganda, we have a saying, I'm not feeling you yet. Because we, as you know, Makerere has been there for a long time, and we have got many educated people, and many have actually become professors. But it is sad that when you go to our archive and you retrieve their information, you will not find any story written by those professors. So can I know exactly what you are doing in order to get us, Ugandans, then Africans, to write our story? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable. You are not feeling us because the journey has just started. Remember what I said, that we have heavily invested in the last 3 to 5 years. And our priority was to invest in the industry directly. And we have targeted current producers, current directors, script writers. And over the last years, indeed, unbeknown to you, we now have chunked out over 300 well-trained people in the creatives. Whilst you may not see a partnership with Makerere University, but our regulator today, UCC, will tell you that in the last 2-3 years, we have actually directly partnered with them. And we have what we call master classes. And these master classes are to do exactly what you're saying, that we have those that qualify to go to our talent academy, but there are those that are here in Uganda, remain here, they've not qualified to the academy. What do we do with them? Last year, we even took it a step further to go to the regions. We now are not just looking at Makerere University, but we are now going down to Mbarara, up north to Gulu, in Bale, to say there are those that tell the story that may not necessarily be professors, but they're Ugandans like you and me. So that's one. The second as well is that the African story is so wide. And what MultiChoice has done on the continent is to start from our heritage, our history, to start from our culture. So if you look at the current output of series, for example, across the continent, they are very strong on who we are. We want you to watch a series that says, yes, this is Ugandan. This is how we marry. This is how we handle relationship issues. This is how we engage when we are transacting, business together. And my confidence is that you will see us getting into more spaces. Example, investment. And that's why we chose to partner with this particular summit. We believe there is so much that we can tell. It's a journey. I'll not tell you that at the end of 2023, you'll probably see every single story told on MultiChoice. What I know for sure is that my kids and their grandkids will be able to digest and take in a lot more about Africa with the good work done by MultiChoice. I hope, Honorable, I've answered your answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MultiChoice. Can I have 2 more questions? There are 2 gentlemen. Yes, please.
Good morning. My name is Fiso Falala. My question is not to any one particular CEO, but all of them. CEOs are leaders in business and therefore in society as well. And there has been an accusation that business tends to participate in what can be referred to as extractive investment in Africa. In other words, along the vertical lines of business that they offer, but not invest in parallel infrastructure. For instance, as Africa has a unique problem of underdevelopment, and that is manifested, for example, in road infrastructure, road safety, which is not in any way parallel to, a vertical to the businesses that invest. And therefore, it may appear that businesses tend to be insensitive, if not detached, to issues that Africa needs to catalyze itself into the future Africa with its 1.3 billion people and a potential GDP of 5 or 6 or 10 trillion, as opposed to the current 2.3 trillion, which is laughable compared to the continent's resources. So my question is, what is the view of business and CEOs when it comes to leading, investing in parallel infrastructure? I'm a visitor here, and I noticed this morning and yesterday morning gentlemen who appear to have wives behind them on motorcycles that did not have any helmets. And it looked very precarious and very unsafe. While the men appeared to be safe, the wife appeared to be unsafe. And I just wondered whether, is it because it's not a vertical for any of these businesses that the life of a woman who's potentially your customer traveling on your road does not appear to matter to business because it does not make any business sense? So I was very worried about that, and I even wondered about branding opportunities on those helmets, which could be purchased at a relatively unaffordable cost. So my question to all of you as leaders is that, is it true that most of your linear investments are extractive as opposed to constructive? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi.
Any of you is free to...
I would like to offer my perspective, as I come from outside of the African continent, right? So I've been in Africa for 3 years now. I worked in a previous capacity in Tanzania, and I've been the managing director of Nile Breweries since February. So I'm recent here, and some of my observations are similar. And I think your commentary and question, it's almost like 2 questions. So I'd like to talk about the first part of your question, which is in regards to exploiting, right, or rather than investing. And I think what we are trying to do here is to help showcase to other investors, particularly now South Africa because of the trade summit, but also other countries, that there is a stable, trustworthy economy that is good to invest in here in Uganda. And I think it's common knowledge from people outside of Africa that the African continent has endless opportunities for growth, right? And I think if these businesses from outside have the understanding that I believe we have as a brewery, that you need to invest in the local economy, you need to foster this development throughout the supply chain and leaving the money here on the long term, that they will understand there's a lot of value to be unlocked. Now, particularly for beer, we end up being forced to do that because beer is natural. We say it's inclusive and it's local, right? We aren't able to design our beer here and go manufacture this in Bangladesh or the Philippines. We need to, the more local beer is, the better it tastes. But nonetheless, we have managed to create a win-win partnership with the government to where we develop the entire supply chain with massive investment and we leave the money in the economy. And now we're actually, like I mentioned, we're starting to export value-added commodity or malt, right? So just to touch on that, I mentioned earlier here, we made a $20 million investment in a malting facility. And obviously, thanks to the consistent regime legislation from the government in the long term, we felt confident to come and put this investment here. There was obviously some incentive on excise for locally sourced and locally produced beer. And then more recently, actually, the reason why we're now able to export malt is, the longer it goes, the more confidence we have in the consistency of the policies of the country. We start bringing in more investment. And so we just inaugurated a machine that costs 6 million euro to dry barley or to keep the barley at a certain humidity level to increase the extract of malt of that barley. And that, along with everything else we've been doing with the farmers, has allowed us to now be a net exporter. So I think it's about showcasing. I like hearing from my friend here the idea of MultiChoice and the STV to showcase, but also it's up to us to continue engaging frequently from time to time and connecting with the outside investors, outside companies, outside of Uganda, but also outside of Africa, to show that the opportunity here is real to generate value and foster win-win business relationships moving forward. Thank you.
Brenda, can I just maybe top and
Okay. Go ahead, Yolanda.
Yeah, thanks. Firstly, I think the days of business being a zero-sum game are long over. Because as we sit here, all of us actually would have some form of shared value as part of the core of our strategy. There was a time when it was called just CSI. Now it is actually part of your business model to actually ensure that you deliver on social value and shared value. So those days, for me at least, are gone, right? So, and if I look around the people here, you would hear everyone saying, I'm contributing beyond my profit. Because we all understand that we derive our license to trade in our communities from our communities. And that means the prosperity of our communities are not mutually exclusive to the prosperity of business. And that's that's the lens that we apply in actually looking at what we do. So, and I'm gonna give you some practical examples. I'm not gonna name the countries in where MTN does some of these things. Firstly, to confirm, there is a neighboring country where you go into that country and everyone is wearing a helmet and it's written MTN Momo, right? It is there. We are doing it. But we are not forced to do it, but we are doing it. That's the first thing. So that point is well taken. Secondly, there are countries where we actually speak to governments and say, you need X, right? You need this bridge actually built. We can actually use our tax to pre-fund some of the initiatives as collective as business and MTN participating to actually help you build this bridge now, and then you give me tax credits later, right? So we are doing these things because we do see the need of actually contributing positively. We cannot be prosperous in a sea of poverty around us. And this is something we take seriously as business. And definitely as MTN, when we say everyone deserves the benefit of a modern connected life, we do it far beyond the realms of connectivity. We are helping, for example, in Uganda, the minister is here, we were challenged to say, how can we get assembly in Uganda by Ugandans actually assembling smartphones in Uganda? We are already, there's a stand there. We already are in partnership today with companies that are trying to do exactly that. We don't benefit directly, we'll benefit indirectly. However, it's an important component of driving the economies and the futures that we want, that are digital and that are progressive and inclusive in Africa.
Brenda, can I say something? Mine is on a lighter note to my brother. Since I'm responsible for telling the story, I just want you to also go with the correct story. So what you see are not wives of those driving, they're actually passengers. So, and those are my sister, my brother, my mother. So they're not wives, so that you don't go back home, South Africa, and say, I saw husband and wives, flying around. Thank you very much.
Right. Yeah, Brenda, thanks, Hassan.
Yes.
If I may, Sifiso, and I was going to buttress that particular point to say that those motorbikes that you see are called border borders. They're a form of, cheap and efficient transportation. And for your own benefit, one of the things that you have to determine what kind of border you're going to use. There's what we call safe border, which are more stringent in the way that they operate. They will wear, regalia that safely, I think it's orange regalia, that safely indicates that they're safe border. And even when you requisition for them, you can be particular, and they're more stringent in terms of complying with the law. And for your comfort as well, there is a significant drive by, the authorities that began about a month ago, where enforcement around adherence to traffic laws and rules is being implemented. And there's no doubt that there's discrimination. When you look at the demographics of Uganda, over 50% of the population are women. And in most organizations, even in this room, most of the people that serve on company excos are women. So to allay your fears, we have great respect, great recognition for women. I'm always priding myself of my exco team. We've increased from 1 person on exco to 5 in a period of 3.5 years. So we're very deliberate about promoting that agenda. Extractive rather than constructive, definitely constructive. We are particular. I think one of the things that myself and other colleagues from the financial services sector are particular about, speaking as Absa Bank, whatever industries are critical to the growth of the economy, we play a particular part. And when we do that, there is key emphasis in terms of what is the impact. I'll give an example of, say, the manufacturing sector. If I'm going to lend to a company that is in the manufacturing sector, I need to be clear that from a sustainability perspective, that particular company ticks the box. Why is that important? That is important as we drive the green agenda. So just for your comfort, that it is not only about profitability, as my sister Yolanda has said, it's about shared value. What is the impact of the project that we're financing? How are they complying with laws and regulations? And what impact are the ventures that they're going into having on the wider society? So I hope that provides you with some further context in terms of how we're managing this. Thank you.
If I may just add to the comments made by Mumba and my sister Yolanda. Sustainability is embedded in our customer value propositions, and it's also embedded in our employee value propositions. We wish to attract the best talent because we abide by the highest levels of sustainability standards. That's important. And also, in terms of our customer base, our customers are holding us to account to make sure that we abide to Equator principles and all ESG principles right across the board, the IFC guidelines on sustainability and ethical financing. So we are held to those very high standards. Second thing, which might not be necessarily spoken about openly and publicly, is that we are constantly looking for opportunities to look at how we can make our government's balance sheets more efficient, more resilient, and be able to do more in terms of actually building out infrastructure that benefits the broader fiscus. That is something that we do as a moral responsibility that we have to each of the countries that we serve. Thank you.
A round of applause for our CEOs. I think they've really responded to this, and I'm sure many of you have seen that they actually have their customers at heart, and there's a lot of shared value in terms of not only the services they offer, but even the products that they are selling on the market. So I'd like to ask, do we have one more burning question? Maurice, how are we doing on time? You gave me 1 hour. How are we doing?
You only have 7 minutes to go.
Oh dear. And yet I have a session with the Ugandan, from the Ugandan discussants as well, in terms of what they are doing in South Africa. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to, on behalf of all of you, thank our CEOs and sponsors for this event, for the depth of what they have shared. I'm sure after here, many of you will have more questions, but please, there are tents in the exhibition center where many of them are exhibiting. You'll probably meet them later on and have more discussions. So a round of applause as they take their seats. Thank you so much.
Minute before you start, and I'm happy to give you 15, and I know you're saying 20, but let's see how this goes. I'll come to you if I'm struggling with time.
Okay.
Just one or two announcements, Brenda. There will be a time when you cannot access certain areas of this tent at the front, and protocol has requested, especially after the tables, please, let's limit the amount of traffic there, please. The other announcement is that we will use the washrooms on the other side. So the ones at the front are out of bounds, unless you're a VIP, and you know what that means. You must have a certain level of clearance. So we're only using the washrooms on that end. You go through the lounge. The advantage is you don't have to go through the scan or through security when you come back, as long as you use the same route back. So Brenda, I thought that would be cleared with you. Okay?
Thank you very much, Maurice. So the next panel will be for companies that have experience in exporting to South Africa. We don't have many of those, as we all know from the discussions we had yesterday. We still have a long journey to make sure that we improve our export journey into South Africa. So I'll invite some of the companies. Allow me to invite Uganda Airlines. Uganda Airlines, I hope we have a representative. Mr. Nyanzi, are you around? Kindly come and take your seat. We are privileged to have Uganda Airlines flying into South Africa, and I'm sure they have a story to share. I will also invite Mr. Andrew Muchibi. Mr. Andrew Muchibi is one of the companies that have finally broken into the South African market, and we are proud of him and would like to hear his story. I'll also invite somebody from coffee, Great Lakes Safaris, Great Lakes Coffee, sorry. Please come and share with us the coffee story. You may not have done so much in terms of exporting to South Africa, but I know that you are quite vast with that market, and you will be able to share with us a lot of detail, because a number of companies here from South Africa would love to go away with your coffee. I would also like to invite, I don't know whether we have a representative from the flower sector. The flower sector, do we have somebody? Tourism, do we have somebody from tourism? I know Uganda Airlines can speak a little bit about that, but I want a practitioner from tourism. We don't have somebody who can, that's unfortunate. Yesterday we had some people here, unfortunately today they can't make it. Okay, I'd also like, and this is really short notice, but I'd like to ask our trade rep from South Africa, Neil Monsi. I'd like to invite you here to be part of this team. I know you bring very different value to this discussion, but I also know you are one of those that are investing in Uganda, so you'll probably share experience of your journey so far. I apologize, Monsi, this has been really abrupt on your part, but I hope you'll be able to share with us. So ladies and gentlemen, so these are some of the representatives from different companies that have had so far a journey into South Africa, and they will be speaking to us about what their experience has been, but also we are trying to encourage more companies to invest in South Africa. Yesterday we had very good presentations in areas where we could invest as Uganda in South Africa, so that we do business back there. And in this room you have all the different brains that will be able to support you and guide you on how you can best invest in South Africa. So I will start with just a question to each, and then we shall open up. So we only have 15 minutes, unfortunately. We can't go so far with this panel, but let's try to use the time we have. So Uganda Airlines, please tell us your story so far. I hope you flew all the South Africans in from South Africa, so I'm sure business is looking good now.
Okay. Thank you. I bring you greetings from the crane. To our visitors, thank you all for flying the crane to the Pearl of Africa. As a national carrier, we are purposed to ensure connectivity for Uganda with the rest of the world. Starting with Africa, and our first phase of operation in ensuring that connectivity was to launch flights to all the regional destinations, and that includes South Africa. At the time that we launched, Uganda Airlines launched Johannesburg in 2021, there was no direct flight between Entebbe and South Africa. For over a year, there hadn't been a direct flight then. And from the discussions that were held yesterday, and pointing to the many opportunities that existed between Uganda and South Africa, there is only one link that can ensure greater harnessing of those opportunities, and it is air transport. We do not share a border with South Africa, so you cannot use any other means apart from air transport. So if we are going to, we had 2.4 billion investment, 70 South African companies here. That is a lot of opportunities for us to support. And the enabler for that will be air transport. So we started off with 4 flights a week, then we grew that to 5. And in the next few weeks, we will be growing it further to a daily operation between Entebbe and Johannesburg. So if you are here and you are looking at convenience for your operations in South Africa, Uganda Airlines is guaranteeing you that with a daily frequency between Entebbe and Johannesburg. And we are even growing further, expanding within South Africa. We will later in the year hope to open Cape Town. We have already applied and we are waiting for approval from the South African government for operation of Cape Town. But again, we know that part of the challenge of African trade is the challenges around intra-Africa travel, which is something that the initiatives of the AU Agenda 2063 is trying to address through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, through the single African air transport market, through the single passport, and Uganda Airlines fits within all those initiatives. Intra-Africa travel, we are connecting more destinations across Africa, currently doing 11 destinations and still growing further. So beyond the bilateral between Uganda and South Africa, we are also connecting South Africa to the greater Africa and the world. We have already indicated that within the SADC region, later this year, Uganda Airlines will be opening up more points within SADC in Harare and Lusaka. And we will be exercising our fifth freedom rights within the bilaterals between South Africa and Uganda to connect Joburg to Harare to Cape Town to Lusaka. That is a wide aspiration of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the aspiration of SATAM, ensuring that we have that connectivity for Africa to facilitate trade, to facilitate tourism, to facilitate investment. So ours is a story of progress, a story of ensuring that we are ably facilitating travel across Africa. But beyond Africa, we are opening up that trade for Africa and the rest of the world with our international operations. Currently, we are operating Dubai. In the next few weeks, next month, Uganda Airlines is opening flights to India, to Mumbai. We are opening flights to Nigeria. Uganda Airlines will launch flights to Nigeria on 19th October. So for the wider African continent, we know that South Africa has a great trade interaction with Nigeria, for example. So we will be, Entebbe will be your biggest hub now, connecting you from West Africa into Southern Africa, but also with India and later China and many other international routes so we invite you and interest you for your journeys into South Africa to be considering Entebbe as your most effective hub for all your global and African journeys. We thank you and thank you for flying Uganda Airlines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deo Nyanzi. I think he has given us quite a good detail, and I'm glad to realize that they are also now connecting South Africa to West Africa. So there's a lot coming through from Uganda Airlines. So please get in touch with Mr. Nyanji and book your next flight to Nigeria and the other destinations he has mentioned. Okay, so now, how many of you have tested, now this question is to the team from South Africa. How many of you have tasted our pineapples in your breakfast? Right. And how is it? Good. So I can see that, Andrew, you have a good market to start on. Andrew is now going to be delivering those sweet pineapples to South Africa, but also avocados. So Andrew, kindly share your story. People would want to know where to get you in South Africa, where they'll have this pineapple once you are able to do this.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. I bring you greetings from Federal Foods. Federal Foods is the group. We buy Uganda and we build Africa. That's our slogan. You buy Uganda and build Africa. My journey to South Africa, allow me to say this, thanks goes to the South African High Commission here in Uganda. Ambassador Lulu and the team at the embassy did a great job, because my name was mentioned yesterday. Without a visa, you can't access South Africa. So I'm one of the few Ugandans that have had a long-term visa into South Africa to do business. And I can assure you that nobody has interrupted my business because of that long-term visa. Again, registration of my company documents, because we are Federal Foods Uganda Limited and Federal Foods Pty. So our documents had to be certified by the embassy, and they did a good job. So thanks again to the South African High Commission. I also want to thank the Embassy of Uganda in Pretoria. They did a great job because they acted as the liaison officers between my government and the South African government. The Department of Agriculture in Uganda did a great job, because without an export permit, you can't do business. And this goes to the Ministry of Trade and Export Promotion. They are very kind to me because they also facilitated my journey into South Africa. The Department of Agriculture in South Africa, their minister and the team and the inspectors made sure that I get all the required permits to operate in South Africa. The Department of SARS, last 2 weeks ago, I got a team from South African Revenue Services visiting me, and they're trying to help me go onto the platform with Uganda Revenue Authority. So my journey has been a very good one. And one of the things that I take out of this is collaborations that have helped me reach this milestone. I want to thank the Department of Plant Inspection in South Africa that issued me with a permit. My first permit of pineapple is 700,000 tons a year of pineapples into South Africa. And I think we need to clap for that. And I'm the first Ugandan company to be allowed a permit to move pineapples into South Africa. So that is history in the making. The same department is issuing me with a permit of 1.5 million tons of avocado starting next year into South Africa. 300,000 tons of sweet potato into South Africa. And then we are doing around 150 tons of onions into South Africa. So to South Africa, I think they have done their job. It is us now in Uganda to make sure that we do our job. My thanks go to His Excellency, the President of Uganda, who promoted me personally down in South Africa, because without him, I wouldn't get to this position. And convey my message for all his effort and support towards this cause. In South Africa, starting December, we've acquired some premises in Kempton Park. So Kempton Park will be our base. So when you're in South Africa and see a big sign, the Federal Foods Market, kindly walk in. You'll be able to access all the rich products from Uganda, including those other products that you've seen, like Bella wine, like the good coffee from Uganda. Everything will be in that store, okay? We are not competing with any other stores, but we are basically sharing our experience from this other part of the world. So that's what we bring to South Africa. We're waiting to see you. We're also going to do a bit of deliveries. In Uganda, I think we're very good with border borders. We deliver anything, 24 hours. So when we're in South Africa, you'll be able to access that sweet pineapple anytime, any day. Come rain, come shine, even in the middle of the winter, you'll get one, because this is what you need, and we believe it's a wonderful experience. But again, thanks to the government and the public of South Africa, and then President Ramaphosa, who tested my pineapples, and because of that, I was invited to the State Lodge, because of the pineapples. Thank you so much.
Wow, the pineapple story is amazing. Thank you so much, Andrew. You're doing us proud as Uganda. The journey you have walked hasn't been easy, but because you're determined, you've been able to break into that market. And I think that brings confidence to many of our other exporters, that somebody has already tested the ground and you have reference and you're able to talk to him for guidance. But I would also like to appreciate the fact that you're not only taking pineapples and avocado, but all the other products that you can be able to have from Uganda. I love your slogan, Buy Uganda, Build Africa. So ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Andrew Muchibi. Okay, so the good things never end out of Uganda. We go now to coffee. Coffee is, like you heard yesterday, Uganda is top on the map for the quality coffee. And I'm sure if I asked all those who took coffee yesterday or today, you must know, I'm sure I'd get the same answer in terms of the kind of coffee that you will test and find in Uganda. So we want to change the coffee that is being taken in South Africa, and we are looking forward to having our coffee also in the different cafes in South Africa. So Andreas here will tell us. Andreas has a lot of experience. He doesn't only do, he does a lot of value-added coffee. His products are amazing, and I don't know whether you have some for people to test and look at, but he does a lot in the coffee space. Andreas, please share your story, and I hope we will have orders out of here right after you have shared. Thank you. Andreas, over to you.
Thank you, Brenda. So my story, my coffee journey in South Africa started about 10 years ago. It was through something called AFCA. AFCA is an annual coffee conference that looks to promote African coffees to the world. And 10 years ago, we started to meet directly with South African coffee roasters. And that's how the journey started. Now, my experience in working in South Africa, is quite a few. The first one is, it's an incredibly fast-moving, vibrant, innovative market. You can go throughout South Africa and people, you stop at a petrol station and they grab a coffee. You go to a hotel, there's a coffee. So to me, the first big opportunity in South Africa is the market demand. The second part of doing business in South Africa, which was very helpful, was if you look at the financial institutions that are working here in Uganda are pretty much South African companies. So to do transactions and to trade directly with South Africa, whether it was on USD or to exchange to Rand, that made it very, very useful. So with those two things in place, with the market demand and ease of doing business, the opportunity was there for us to take it. In terms of Ugandan coffee going to South Africa, I think you have to do your research very well. Like every market, there is a demand for what I call sort of the day-to-day coffee, right? This is the coffee that, you know, in the morning, you make a French press, or you just need something quick. Now, if you go to South Africa, pretty much 80% of those coffee blends take one very unique Ugandan product, and that's called Ugandan Robusta, right? So the largest consumed coffee in South Africa is this Ugandan Robusta. And so for us, door to door, Kampala to the port of Durban or to Cape Town, it's a 3-week journey. It's a 4-week journey at best. So in principle, we should be South Africa's #1 coffee partner. Logistically, we're just around the corner. What's challenging, obviously, is that when you do go to South Africa, you say Uganda, and they will say, oh, yes, 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 we love your coffees. And say, well, where are you buying your Robusta from? So it's coming from Vietnam. So what I've discovered in South Africa is you really have to make the effort yourself as a Ugandan company, go into the market, go into the shops, see what their needs. And then once you start to do collaborations with South African companies, you'll be amazed what you get back in return. Brenda said something about our business being involved in value addition. So it is going to South Africa with green coffee that I learned to see, well, they also consume coffee. Well, how do they consume coffees in South Africa? And in South Africa, they consume coffee in something called a tea bag. It's basically a tea bag, but instead of having tea inside, there is coffee. And that technology already exists in South Africa. So guess what? There was a reciprocal sort of learning, and from South Africa, I picked up this packaging, and I brought it to Uganda, and now we're able to do the same. And so finally, for me, I think we can't ignore the Southern African market. If you are in coffee in Uganda, you can't ignore it, right? We have very similar taste profiles. We have very similar cultures, right? And at the same time, you have such an immense market opportunity. Potentially, for the volumes of coffee that I do, if I could sell over 50 to 60% of it in South Africa, that would be even easier. You know, I have to compete when I send my coffee from Uganda. I have to take it to Europe. I have to get it to the US. I'm starting to compete with my neighboring countries. I'm competing with Ethiopia. I'm competing with South America. But I have a competitive advantage to trade with South Africa. I'm only 3 to 4 weeks journey away, right? And so if I can build more trade relationships with partners in South Africa, they can take our coffee products, and at the same time, we can learn about the value addition. And I'm thrilled to say that in this event, I've met a lot of like-minded people, and we're now starting to discuss about taking value-added roasted coffee in Uganda into the South African market. So hopefully very soon I'll be next to Andrew here, also with branded roasted coffee from Uganda. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andreas. So I'm sure soon we'll have the coffee story as well in South Africa, like he has mentioned. But what he has also mentioned is the fact that you need to do your research. You need to know the kind of product that you're taking in there because of the different tastes and preferences for the different consumers of your product. And that means you also need to understand the culture. So as per said, what we are putting in place is trade representation. Now, trade reps come in to kind of support us or support the business people to address some of those things that Andreas has spoken about, understanding the culture in the market. So how do these people take their coffee? Because we have a number of countries producing coffee, Ethiopia does, and so on, but they take their coffee in different ways. So we could have the best coffee, but we also need to speak to the heart of the consumer. So trade reps are helping us in this space to understand the market better, to identify which shelves in the markets we are and we are not, and if we are not, why aren't we there? To be able to understand the production and how we do it in Uganda, and then based on the information they've collected in the market, we are able to get a middle ground to improve our exporting into the different markets. So in South Africa, we have the Monsi family. Here we have Neo with us. This will be the team that will be supporting our exporters as we go down the journey of improving our export drive into South Africa. Now, Monsi is here also with an investment that he has already started on in Uganda, which is really good. And he will share both about what he's looking at in the Office of Trade Rep, with the support of our embassy, of course, but also his experience so far in the journey to invest in Uganda. We are blessed to have somebody like this because he knows, and as an investor in Uganda, he will definitely learn a lot more about Uganda, but also marry that advantage with his experience in South Africa and what they are already doing in terms of business in South Africa. So Motsi, I'd just like to ask you to quickly speak to those two areas very briefly so that we conclude this and we can hand over to the program director. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Let me send my greetings to the honorable ministers, members of parliament and ambassadors, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My story is a very brief story of good news, particularly to my South African brothers and sisters that are looking to invest in Uganda and access bilateral trade between both countries. Our company is a manufacturer of electric motors and transformers. And we establishing an engineering hub together with my senior professor over here, Professor Charles Kwesiga, at the URI facility in Namanve. I also urge everybody to go and visit the URI facility in Namanve. It is an incredible facility with various different engineering halls. They are to be commended because they incubate business, both Ugandan and international business. And we're very proud to have formed a partnership with URI, where we'll be manufacturing transformers in Uganda for the export market. When we first took a look at how do we access the East African market for engineering support services, I must be honest, our initial thought was to go to Kenya because of the access to the port. I can tell you that 3 years into that journey, we were still unable to open a bank account. So it was very encouraging when we were privileged to meet His Excellency Paul Amoru, the Ugandan High Commissioner in South Africa, in December last year, who facilitated our first visit to Uganda. Within 3 months, we had a bank account, we had a company registered, and we were forming a partnership, together with URI. I think often at occasions like this, there's a lot of talk from business leaders and politicians, but I think both the President of Uganda and the President of South Africa, together with their respective cabinets, need to be commended that there's actually action and follow-through on these summits. The first summit happened in February, and it's unprecedented to have a second summit of this nature where we are already able to report back on several investments between the two countries, where we are already able to report back that visa restrictions are being addressed and attended to, and we are able to report back that South African businesses are certainly excited and interested to come into Uganda. So from our perspective, Uganda is land-locked, but is land-linked. It is a perfect springboard into the East African market. We certainly encourage all of our South African brothers and sisters. I see my colleagues here from Road Savers who are also quite advanced in terms of setting up a plant here. My sister from African Union who have shared some of their challenges in their operations in Congo. So really it's a story of good news that Uganda is very much open for business. We see that from the highest office in the land all the way down to the various different government agents, the Ugandan Investment Authority, the Revenue Authorities. So as South African investors, it really creates an exciting opportunity for us not only to access the Ugandan market, but the East African market in order to, as my colleague Andrew said, not only build Uganda, but build Africa and build the networks and connections between both countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Monsi. So, ladies and gentlemen, those based in South Africa, Monsi will be your key contact in terms of reaching out to businesses here. Whatever questions, if you go through him and through our embassy, we'll definitely be able to support and get you the information readily. And I think one thing he has mentioned is the kind of partner that you get in Uganda. I think MTN also mentioned this. I'd like to request Professor Kwesiga just to stand and wave. He is heading the URI, and he is partnering with Monsi on the project that they are handling on transformers. We appreciate your services, Dr. Kwesiga, and I'd like to request and emphasize what Monsi has shared. There is a lot in that facility. Please visit the URI facility and see what you can be able to get out of there and partner with them. It is a very well equipped facility that will definitely support a lot of your business investments here. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like us to conclude this. Maurice, I don't know where you are. Can I take one question from from our guests? Maurice? Okay, as he comes back, let's have just one or two questions for our team, our panel here, and then we can close this session. Any one question? Yes, there's a lady here. Where are the microphones? Microphones, please. We have one question. The tech team, can I have a microphone, please? Maurice, I need a microphone for just one question.
Where's the question?
She's right here.
All right.
Hi, I'm Nisa Dawood from Africa Union Holdings in South Africa. And my question to the panel, actually both panels, is how are we going to bridge the gap in terms of the currencies between South Africa and Uganda when it comes to trade and invoicing either in US dollars or in shillings? Considering that the BRICS summit clearly indicated that they would like to go on the route of de-dollarization. So my question is, are you going to continue with using the dollar or are you going to consider using the shilling as a form of trading currency? And my next solution to the team and to the panel is, we are a service provider and we find solutions for the logistics and transport. So if you are looking for a logistics solution within Uganda, within the SADC region, or in Africa, we are the people that you can contact because we have offices mainly in most of the regions in Africa, so we can assist there as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kindly say your name again. We didn't hear your name and company.
Nisa Dawood from Africa Union Holdings.
Africa Union Holdings. Okay. Thank you very much. So she raised two questions. One was really a comment to talk about the services they offer. So if you need logistics services, they are providing these services and they are in a number of African countries. However, she also raised a key question on currencies and the kind of gap. How are we bridging that gap? So I'd like maybe, I don't know whether the team we have here can mention something about it, but also I'd like the bank, the different banks that we have in the house, if they could make a comment to this issue of currencies. Yes, go ahead, Andreas.
Sure, thank you very much for the question. So, first of all, there's always a pre-agreed currency already when the discussion starts. So in most cases, when I get the feeling that if you're exporting out of Uganda, you're usually exporting in USD, and when you're importing into South Africa, it's usually USD. So I don't think there is a complication on understanding on the currency. However, there are fantastic hedging tools. These are financial forward rates that are offered by the multiple different banks that you can take a forward-looking rate, 3, 6, 9, 12 months, that can help like fix your exchange rate at the price that you bought against the rand, or if you are then buying produce in Uganda in shillings. So there is fantastic risk management tools in place. With regards to the BRICS and everything else, I think, like the rest of the world, we're just kind of waiting to see where that story goes. But I definitely think that that's not necessarily a barrier to trade as such right now. That's my experience, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other response to that question? Okay. So I'd like to conclude here. We can't take any further questions, but I'd like to thank our panel so much for sharing. I'm sure now we are more confident that exports into South Africa are possible. We have clear evidence from the team here, both on services and the products. But I'd like to mention that you're definitely invited to visit a lot of our tourist sites here. Unfortunately, I haven't had somebody to speak to you about the beautiful Uganda, but I'm sure that before today ends, you should be able to interact with somebody in that space. So our panelists, thank you so much. I'd like to ask you to take your seats. So Maurice, over to you. I think I have concluded my panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together for Brenda and her panel? Thank you very much, Brenda. Crane performers, I only have 5 minutes, crane performers. Mr. Kayovu, you have only 5 minutes, and I continue my program. Over to you, crane performers.
Uganda, Dabina wabakulu, Dabina webuga, Abake wegazanye, Abake nyabakuja bebitiba, Abakulu tubanyirizeno, Olwarero lunakulwasanyo, Uganda, Uganda debe, Mama Dabina webuga, Mama Dabina wabakulu, Uganda, Uganda debe, Abake webugezebo, South Africa to Vanilizeno, Ababakuru to Vanilizeno, Uganda, Uganda, Debe, Mama, Uganda, no, Uganda, Uganda, Debe, Mama, Davina Wabakuru, Mama, Davina Webuga, Mama, Davina Wabake, Mama, Davina Webuga, Mama, Davina Wabakuru. Abake webugezebo, abake nyabakuja bebitiba. Uganda, Uganda mama, Uganda, Uganda debe, Uganda, Uganda debe. Out of Africa, Uganda banake, abake wegazanye, abake nyabakuja bebitiba. South Africa tubanilizeno, mama Davina wabakulu, abake kabina webuga. Mama, Davina wabake, Uganda, Uganda debe. Mama, Davina wabakulu, Mama, Davina wabake, Mama, nikakujunalide, Amake, nikakujunalide. Yolonge, sapele tumia bola, sapele tumia, Olonge, sapele tumia bola, sapele tumia, sapele tumia bola, sapele tumia bola, sapele tumia, sapele tumia bola, sapele tumia, we sapele tumia, lenga yele sapele tumia, sapele tumia bola, sapele tumia, Olonge, sapele tumia bola, sapele tumia, sapele tumia bola. Sapele tumia, lenga yele sapele tumia, sapele tumia bola. We sapele tumia, lenga yele sapele tumia, sapele tumia bola. Sapele kila sabe kono, sapele kila sabe kono, sapele kila sabe kono. Nabiso. Ave do Kedibia ukasatwara bana bawe Agumina iwusina muna bawe Kedibia ukasatwara bana bawe Agumina iwusina muna bawe Rojule la takubrie Et tout l'amour des brochets pour les vides Tout l'amour des brochets pour les vides Fédité Rojule la takubrie Rojule la takubrie Tout l'amour des brochets pour les vides Tout l'amour des brochets pour les vides
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Crane performers. Thank you very much. So I will request that we get set for the next phase of our session this afternoon, afternoon. And we are going to the rapporteur session where we will get the brief on this Uganda-South Africa Trade and Investment Summit. The Secretariat has completed its work and is ready to share with us the outstanding takeaways from this Uganda-South Africa Trade and Investment Summit. I want to invite Ms. Rosarata Achayo, a Commissioner in the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries, to take to the stage and run us through the report of this summit. You're most welcome, Rosarata. And thereafter, we will have a brief on the progress of the outcomes of the private sector commitments. And I'm now putting on standby the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda that will make that remark shortly after Rosarata. Over to you.
Thank you very much, the Program Director. Good afternoon to everybody present, the Honorable Ministers from Uganda and South Africa, delegates present, all protocol observed. I'll quickly take us through the roundtable discussions and the plenary that we went through yesterday. Point of correction from the Program Director, I'm Consolata Achayo. Thank you. So I'll start off with the roundtable deliberations. And the first here is on trade and agriculture roundtable, which looked at the trade opportunities between the two countries, the areas of convergence and agreed areas of investment included the following that were agreed upon as critical for enhancing the agricultural development and fostering the economic growth, as well as strengthening bilateral ties of the two countries. The first is that the investment opportunity in the areas of cold chain supply system that is seen as a comprehensive to ensure that the preservation of our products is of quality and that this should be in position to help reduce post-harvest losses. The second looked at the areas of developing efficient transportation system with the focus on preventing contaminations of diseases, especially when the transportation probably was of cropped and the container or the truck was used to carry animal product. So prevention of contamination such as salmonella and the others. So the need to improve the overall quality of the agricultural product was seen as quite paramount. The third is while the need for grading and sorting facilities was seen as important, it was also noted that there is need to empower by the creation of modern facility, the need to have available either for rent spaces or pay per use space. And this is majorly to enhance the production quality, especially for market competitiveness, while facilitating efficiency in the distribution. The team looked at packaging solutions that needed to be innovative packaging for maintaining of the product integrity, reducing waste, and enhancing the shelf life of the product. One also appealing to the buyers to come out with a strong, while recognizing the importance of packaging for export and noting the need to reduce the duties and taxes on packaging materials to enhance the quality of our exports. Importantly, the team also agreed that there is need for quality and competitiveness to ensure standards to be able to meet the consumers' demand for high quality product. Next, that is cognitive of the need for the enabling environment. It highlighted the importance of supportive regulatory environment and acknowledging that the government has got good incentives for the agribusiness investment. So there was need to take advantage of this, taking into also consideration the inter-African trade that should be able to help us address the low-level farmer needs while emphasizing on the benefits of participating in the African trade blocs and how investment can help Uganda to tap into the regional markets. Also agreed in the discussions was the need that education and skills is needed to strengthen the collaboration with the universities, academia, and other technical schools, so that agriculture is rated and taken as a priority, and that education and skills development, together with meeting the demand for the skills in agribusiness professionals, can take the country a strive ahead. The eighth looked at strengthening investment opportunities in the livestock and feed processing sectors, the need for appropriate technology such as the cold chain in the livestock sector, especially for meat preservation. The technology transfer for improved livestock farming came out strongly. Furthermore, we noted the establishing of the cold chain from the slaughter to the consumer, noting the preservation of the quality and safety of the perishable meat products, and the need to tap into the local and the international markets while promoting the technology transfer within the production of livestock system, but also focusing on the commercial breeds and exploring on the opportunity that South Africa has with better breeds that we need to adopt and have better improved breed for the country. But also the need to invest into the breeds suited for the tropical climate as in Uganda, while we utilize on the technologies such as the embryo transfer and accelerating the livestock growth for the market readiness were noted as ensure for competitiveness in the meat export market and to reduce import costs for sustainable profitability. Next, we looked at unavoidably were also areas of investment in the local input supply chain to improve access to essential livestock inputs and strengthening the local agriculture ecosystem while the exploration of the infrastructure investment opportunities, including the farm infrastructure, such as fencing, provision of water for the small-scale farmers so that they can be competitive in the market. The team to look at the need for having a strong free trade within the two countries to ensure ease of trade, and specific emphasis here came on Robusta coffee, which has big potential to trade with the South African, including other agricultural products. Sorry. Finally, it agreed on the need to strengthen the financial institutions in supporting the agriculture sector while encouraging the mutual understanding between the two countries. And they thought there could be strong memorandum of understandings that the two parties could sign to enable better improvement of trade. So those were under trade investment into the agriculture. The next was on tourism, and the following areas were covered. It was agreed that the Memorandum of Understanding on Tourism, which was signed by both South Africa and Uganda, should be fully implemented. Also noted is that on improving the tourism between Uganda and South Africa, it was preserved that the two countries should develop requisite infrastructure as a critical factor that favors tourism. Noted also the highlights that the key attraction sites in that each country has, as well as the cooperate on the exchange education program on tourism, offering also incentives to rural communities near tourism attraction sites, and then putting in place the favorable policies to ensure investment in tourism sector. Next is improving the air services access, which would increase connectivity between the two countries. For example, Uganda Airlines proposed to make more trips to South Africa and seeking the fifth freedom traffic rights. Furthermore, they noted a promotion of local attraction, that is the domestic tourism, to boost the tourism subsector. They also encourage the promotion of cultural conversation in the advancement of the tourism sector. The second roundtable noted the following challenges: that Ugandan private sector pointed out the visa as the biggest bottleneck to local Ugandans who apply to go to South Africa. Inefficiently of the infrastructure that hampers the movement and access to good tourism facilities. So this needed to be handled urgently. On oil and gas, the following were noted. Key outcomes and areas of convergence included: Uganda and South Africa should discuss further in detail the opportunities which Kabalega Industrial Park presents in combination with South Africa's experience and expertise in the sector towards the workable partnership. They also looked at Uganda to incorporate the 17 sustainable goals for development in the development of the Kabalega National Industrial Park, including climate change actions. Notably, the team also pointed out Uganda to engage South Africa and Ugandan funding institutions and risk-covering agencies for the funding of oil and gas projects and the project preparedness studies. Uganda also to study further the huge potential of the pre-chemical value chain and its multiplier effect to the economy. Next, the team looked at Uganda and South Africa should deliberately develop together the regional and a wide African trade network to boost business. These were some of the roundtable discussions that did take place. We'll quickly look at the plenary discussion that also did take place yesterday. During the plenary discussions, the following were summarized actions and were observed to take place. 1, supporting and strengthening corporate influence for the government and private sector seamlessly work together to enhance business processes. Next is strengthening trade and business linkages for the favorable balance of trade between the two countries. And next to that, they looked at removing all the trade barriers that there exist. And additionally, they looked at the need to enable regulatory regimes, that is, investors in both countries need to be clear on each country laws that support investment, that is, on land tenure, on licensing, on taxes, to comply with repatriation of money and other compliance measures. The team also looked at encourage deliberate discussions on all the issues that affect business between the two countries. They looked at enhancement of infrastructure and logistics for financing business to strive. Furthermore, they looked at encouraged possibilities for joint projects undertaken in each other's country and public-private partnerships, among others. Furthermore, they encourage also possibilities of having a joint project, they looked at a call for mechanism to conflict resolution whenever there are any challenges in trade that could have arisen. These were some of the agreed positions on the plenary and the discussion that took place yesterday. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Consolata. I'm happy I got that right at the end. Apologies on the name earlier. I want to turn to ICT. Another presentation from Thambiso Carlo, the lovely Thambiso, who will be making the presentation on ICT. And immediately after that, I will transition to my co-director, Stephen Asimwe, who will be handling the brief on the progress of the outcomes of the private sector commitments. I am excited because I see arrangements around memorandums of understanding being signed, which is a sign that we've made quite some progress even within this summit itself. So Stephen will be handling that session after Thambiso.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Thabiso Kalo, and I'll be giving you an overview of what transpired in the round table 2, which was titled Promoting Financial Inclusion and Enhancing ICT Infrastructure and Connectivity. Ms. Midrand Duaise, I hope I spelled it right, was the facilitator of the day and gave the session an overview of the roundtable and highlighted what discussants should achieve towards the collaboration. Okay. Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies, Minister Mondli Ngungubele, gave a high-level presentation on the signed ICT MOU, which was signed in 28 February 2023, and what it seeks to achieve regarding the ICT collaboration between the two countries. The following were areas of collaboration expected. 1, the collaboration in the deployment of communication satellite, promotion in sharing content on broadcasting platforms, collaboration on the development of digital infrastructure, collaboration on broadcasting content development and the sharing of local content, collaboration on digitech platforms, collaboration with the Artificial Intelligence Institute, and help with the setup of artificial intelligence. Collaboration and promotion of African-produced products for digital technology solutions and applications, promotions on business-to-business relationships between ICT institutions as well as SMMEs, and the development of human skills and capacity building. Now, the session, ladies and gentlemen, was more of a discussion between the two countries on their experiences and then challenges that they have encountered. The discussants on their presentation delved on how to realize collaboration as follows. The speaker from UNDP addressed the issue on innovation and how it can be used to promote financial inclusion. She also touched base on the financials, credit availability, as well as insurance as one of a key towards sustainability of ICT sector. A speaker from UCC addressed the impact of digital transformation and ICT role. Examples were cited from the experience of COVID-19 lockdown, where ICTs played a key role for people to continue doing work. Meetings were held virtually for the first time in the most cases, and broadband connectivity became a key demand. Also in the session, cyber security was covered, which entailed that there's a gain prominence as more transactions were now done online. Security of networks and their reliability were also cited as key components. MTN Uganda expressed on the good working relationship with the regulator and appreciated additional spectrum that was provided. This has and indicated that this has advanced the people's interest to continue working during COVID-19 lockdown period. MTN also spoke about the role of ICTs I've covered that, my apologies. Okay, the Director of International Payment System also covered or spoke about ICT advancing people's life, which included the money transfers, mobile money systems, and cited that it was also, cited that telecom companies are now working with finances and insurance companies to advance people's lives. The South African ICT SMME Chamber spoke about the training and recruitment towards the manufacturing of ICT devices like smartphones. So they were basically advising or the Ugandan side to say that some of the things that they can address to expand on ICT is repairing of cell phones, and it's entering into the market, the cell phone market repair side. Oh, yes. And then there's a director from ISAD Research who spoke about the role of ICTs in the areas of food security and digitization on agriculture portals as one of the important areas to impact positively towards the farming community. And then there was Old Mutual, who also emphasized the role of financing as key towards advancing ICTs. And our speaker from Convergence Partners spoke about their role in providing ICT connectivity in the country. And Centec spoke about great opportunities that are available in the field as a way to advance persons-to-persons relationship and cross-culture exchange. And CETA spoke about the role on providing e-government and artificial intelligence. All of the above, ladies and gentlemen, are areas that were cited during the discussions, and with the aim to establish a mechanism to advance what the minister had spoken about earlier, about the relationship that emanates from the signed MOU. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, walele, is it walele? Thank you, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tabiso. You know, the one thing Stephen beats me on, especially with the names, the South African names, is the fact that he went to school in South Africa. And so Stephen will probably pronounce the South African names better than I will, as he probably butchers the ones in Uganda, and I'll do better with the ones in South Africa. So Stephen, over to you, sir, for this next session. And I apologize, Stephen, if it gets interrupted by the usual movements.
Thank you, Maurice. Maurice has been watching a lot of beef documentaries. That's why he's using words like butcher, etc., etc. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mine is a very quick one. First, I would like to thank the private sector players that have been very, very, very active. There's been a beehive of movements between the private sector of South Africa and the private sector of Uganda. This is a follow-up from the meetings that we had in February in South Africa. I must say that a lot of water has moved under the bridge. Many companies have signed deals. They followed through on their commitments. And obviously, these last 24 hours have actually seen a shift. And I must say the balance of trade is actually getting closer. Because of time, we are going to do and perform two things. One is to give you a synopsis of what has transpired in the last 24 hours in respect to the business and activity that has taken place. But to follow through that, we are going to have a signing between the private sector of Uganda, which is going to be led by the chairman of the Private Sector Foundation, Mr. Humphrey Nzei, and a representative of FOSABO, the group that represents businesses of South Africa in Uganda. Without much ado, I'll invite our Vice Chair, Madam Sarah Kajingo, to quickly walk us through what has transpired, and immediately after that, invite the chairman, along with a colleague from South Africa, who is going to co-sign and make also a few briefs. Thank you. Over to you, Sarah.
Thank you, Stephen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, honorable ministers, excellencies, the ambassadors, captains of industry, ladies and gentlemen. We are very excited that the private sector has inked several deals, that we have great commitments and outcomes from this summit. There is a commitment on investment in the production of transformers in Uganda, an MOU for the export of 25 tons of beef per month from Uganda to South Africa, export of roasted coffee from Uganda to South Africa, which will more than double our current exports of $1.2 million, MTN partnership with an assembling plant for cell phones here in Uganda, an expression of interest from a South African company to invest in the manufacturing of ammonia fertilizers using green energy, and you know that we have that in plenty in Uganda. Increase by fourfold the tourist arrivals, including weekly charters from South Africa to Uganda in the tourism sector. Uganda Airlines has agreed to increase the weekly frequency and capacity to South Africa and maintain a rate of $1 per kilo for fruits, vegetables, flour, and coffee products. And the last but not least, training support for the Hospitality Institute in Jinja. I think the private sector here present of both our countries need to applaud ourselves and appreciate the governments of our countries for your support. Thank you very much. Without further ado, I will invite our chairman of the Private Sector Foundation, Uganda, to be joined by a colleague from FOSABU for the signing of these MAOs. Welcome, Chairman. Thank you very much for God and our countries.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much, Sarah. I want to firstly thank all of you today for making this summit such an outstanding success. When we went to South Africa in February, we were very hopeful. Our two countries, when you look at our trade numbers, Uganda, we export $20 million to South Africa, and South Africa exports only $187 million to Uganda. Now, those numbers are probably similar to numbers that some companies trade between each other. These shouldn't be the numbers of countries. So we've done a lot of hard work to address this issue and see how we can increase the trade between our two countries. And I'm very happy and I'm very thankful for the South Africans for coming to Uganda in a big way. I want you to give them a big round of applause because they came here with a very big delegation, a very serious delegation. We have a number of ministers from their side, but also I thank you for bringing serious business people because the business people that you brought have actually put ink on paper, and we actually have some takeaways from this. And I want to just take you probably through a few of the things, a few of the commitments that we have from our South African delegates here. So I don't know whether Unati is here, but there's a South African company called Autistic who has committed to buying 25 tons of Ugandan beef every single month. And that's an MOU that has been signed. They've also committed to purchasing roasted coffee from Uganda. Now, yesterday I mentioned to you that in Uganda we are exporting about $1.2 million worth of coffee, raw coffee, to South Africa. So the significance of us, number one, changing to roasted coffee, so we're sending a value-added product to South Africa. Also, another thing to note is that South Africans buy their coffee from Europe predominantly, which is the same place that Uganda exports to. So this deal is cutting out the middleman, where Uganda will be exporting directly to South Africa, and I'm particularly excited about this. We also have a commitment to invest in the production of transformers within Uganda by a South African company. We also have a commitment from a South African company to set up a plant to make mobile phones here in Uganda. And I believe that I spoke to the chairman of MTN, and MTN has committed to purchasing all those phones. So there's a South African company that already has a market, which is very good. We also have a commitment from a company called LL Coal in South Africa. They export coal from South Africa, but the investment they want to make in Uganda is to set up a plant to produce ammonia fertilizer. And that ammonia fertilizer, they're going to, it's what is called green ammonia, meaning that it's ammonia fertilizer that is produced using green energy, of which Uganda, I hope you all know that Uganda's energy, most of it comes from hydropower. So we have green energy here. So I'm excited about that. And that is quite a large investment. And the investor in that is actually here. I think we'll point him out later when he comes. But over and above that, we also have some interest from South African companies who are not able to come here at short notice. but they are already talking to us in private sector about purchasing fruit pulp. We've got a company called CanSmart who are here. They're already doing packaging in Uganda, and they want to set up a plant that will now make cans, so that we can can our foods and export them. So that's a good commitment. We also have a company called TPP, who have been exporting timber to Uganda. They're now committed in actually setting up timber production here. So they're going to set up a nursery, which they'll grow into forests, and those forests are for supply into the electricity poles and other timber products. We have a company called YNF who are doing milk processing in South Africa. They produce flavored milks, and they are interested in coming into this economy. So we are facilitating them, and alongside UIA, we'll be getting them here. We also have a very interesting company that PSFU is particularly interested in called ZANS, who produce small agro machinery. This small agro machinery allows people to make briquettes, to make all sorts of different agricultural products. So that's very exciting for us. And again, the same company, LL Coal, is also looking and talking with the government of Uganda about setting up a gold refinery in Uganda. So these are just some of the commitments we have. I'm glad that in such a short space of time, we've only had 2 days, but it's been a very productive 2 days. And the purpose of these summits, what we want to turn these summits into, we don't want to visit countries and merely talk to each other. We want to transform that talk into tangible deals and tangible movement in goods between our peoples. And I'm glad to say that that number I read to you of $20 million Uganda's exports to South Africa and 187, that's a figure that come next year we will completely obliterate, and we'll be talking about serious numbers of trade between our two countries. So again, I thank the South Africans for coming here in a big way and for really putting Uganda at the top of their agenda and making sure that you continue to view Uganda as a good investment destination and a good source for products. So I'm very glad that we're able to foster this partnership. I'm also want to extend our thanks to all the Ugandan delegates who are here for coming. We've got a lot of Ugandan companies that have come. I thank particularly our sponsors, MTN, Absa, Sanlam, you know all of them, MultiChoice, DFCU, all of those. I think they've told the story of what investment in Uganda has been, and that in turn has attracted people to this economy. We have over $2.5 billion of investment from South Africa to Uganda. And for those of you who want to see how well South Africans have done in this economy, or South African companies, you only need to look at my friend Mr. Mbire, who is always smiling. So be like him and make your investments work for you. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming here. So we're going to, I think we have a document to sign, which should be ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman of the PSFU. Let's give him a big hand clap. I'd like to ask the media team to please come to this signing event, which is representative of a lot of what has transpired. So for SABO is a federation of businesses that are operating from South Africa in Uganda, many of who are the big sponsors, MTN and others. But more importantly, because of the facilitation that has taken place, the private sector in Uganda and the private sector in South Africa are firming up business deals that are actually going to start. I'm aware that many others have already started, but like the chairman and the vice chair have enumerated, the companies are already going to start business. So there is the signing. Let's give them a hand clap. They've signed. Now is the time for exchange. So in all of these are companies that are brands that are familiar with us: Tiger Brands, SADC Grains, Red Core, Autistic Trading Enterprise, Leather Companies, Digital for ICT. We've also got expressions from Brand South Africa, Road Saver, Blend Tunnels, and a lot of these are going to do packaging, crafts and leather, media live streaming, media support, construction, beverages, etc., etc. So thank you very much. Another hand clap for them as they, this is how we are going to be doing it with many other businesses, with many other countries. And our intention is to ensure that we grow this portfolio between our two countries. So, Madam Namuli, if you have 1 second just to tell us what FOSABU does and quickly so that we have an appreciation of what has transpired and what is going to take place. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to say all protocol observed. In terms of FOSABU, what is FOSABU and what does it stand for? FOSABU is a forum of South African businesses in Uganda. As you earlier had the time to share with different CEOs, as FOSABU, we affirm our commitment to continue to do business here, adding value, creating the value in terms of increasing trade and growing our investment in both economies. Allow me to say that even where we are seated now, it is a sign of the commitment that we have had and that was made, I think, in February when we had the first leg in South Africa. So as FOSABU, on behalf of companies for FOSABU, we are here to stay, to grow the economies here locally, to be able to impact the economies both socially, economically, in trade and investment. And allow me to say thank you right now to MTN, who took the lead in sponsoring, in putting us together or convening us to ensure that we make this happen. And this is the promise that is happening right now. So I believe we have made the first attempt into making sure that this happens and we have the second leg of the summit within this country. In terms of what FOSABU does, before I continue, allow me to say that the High Commissioner is our chair for the Forum for South African Businesses, and we come together to see how we can strategize and be able to work towards growing the economy here as well as in South Africa. And I'm happy to report, I think, a matter that has been critical, but as Her Excellency shared last time in regard of the visa requirements and the impediment that business people are facing to be able to go to South Africa here in Uganda, I believe we are making headway, and this is something we discuss on a monthly when we have our meetings, but we had a team that came prior to the summit to meet the ministry responsible for ensuring that we work on the different conditions that need to be in place for that waiver to happen, or for both governments to agree on what needs to be in place to ensure that at the end of the day, there is no impediment or there is no requirement for a visa to travel to South Africa to do business. So I believe we have made headway in that aspect, and the discussions that started prior to the summit will be able to come through, and we will be getting updates. So that is a good direction and a sign of commitment that actually deliberations are starting to make sure that it happens. But in the meantime, it has been opened up, and as we have seen now, there are visas, almost three-year visas and multiple entries, if your financial records are in order to be able to do business. So I believe let's not look at it as a limitation, even as we wait for both departments responsible to get that waiver in future. As we wait for it to happen, at least there's a solution, and that is a commitment that has been made. In terms of our contribution and commitment to agriculture, allow me to say that a large part of the farms or the South African businesses that are operating here, case in point, are on a daily impacting both the value proposition, not only to clients, to employees, to the business sector, in terms of the agricultural support. Give an example of, let's say, Nile Breweries, one of our fellow sponsors, who actually collects or buys sorghum from our local farmers here in Uganda for the brewery to use. And I believe those are some of the things that are impacting the different societies across the business. We saw that the financial sector in the background is giving that credibility that people should be able to access funds, is creating an enabling environment to be able to have funds and be able to do business. So I believe, as shared within the roundtable discussions, a number of aspects have been agreed to in terms of standardization of products, in terms of credit management to improve the way farmers are able to pay their loans and be able to structure them so that there's continuity and sustainability within the business that they do. And that is going to be provided largely by the South African banking sector that is already supporting the business fraternity. In terms of, I come from the non-banking sector, so I'll speak to that as well. Allow me to say that in terms of agriculture, the commitments we made, I don't know if people are aware that we actually have farmers in smaller associations to be able to cover them in insurance. So we have grouped the farmers together so that they can access insurance. And the numbers that we had come 2016 when we started with this were about 16,000 farmers. To date, we have 400,000 farmers that have access to insurance for the excessive drought, for the floods. So at the end of the day, they don't have to ensure that they make losses, even if they have no control over aspects that are able to impact their financial stability. So as for SABU, these are some of the things that we have done, and largely through collaboration and partnerships. And that's what I want to share, that we have had to learn as for SABU companies. We see who has the biggest strength so that we can be able to come together, share expertise, be able to design products that are relevant to the people here. So there are a number of partnerships that have come through. Allow me also mention we do partnerships with MTN as Sanlam to ensure that farmer who earns income per day. So how do we get you into the ecosystem? So those are some of the things that this summit has enhanced. These have been happening, but through the discussions we have had, we have made commitment to ensure that this continues and becomes even better for our farmers here, as well as for the South African partners, to be assured that whatever we are going to do or work together with will deliver value across both companies. In terms of employment, I believe we have had, as for SABU, we share the value proposition to have the Ugandans be able to make income out of here. I think one of my fellow sponsors mentioned that we have embedded sustainability into all our products, our clients, as well as our staff. So for us, it's a key aspect for us to continue. How do we train within the different sectors? Not only starting at the forums, but at the grassroots, so that what we are building to be able to implement as per the plenary sessions required, the research, what are we doing in that aspect? The research that we are doing to be able to improve the production that we deliver to South Africa, how are we supporting that? So those are some of the aspects we are doing through the skills that we are providing to our staff in terms of the economic impact. Also, allow me to mention that inclusion at the end of the day has been quite important, because through the different partnerships, what I have, I'll be able to share across. And for me, the summit, for us, the summit has delivered that environment for which what we have been talking about is now going to become a reality for us to be able to grow both the bilateral relations, but as well as our businesses to come to life and not only speak about what we want to do, but put it in practice or let it grow, as my other CEOs shared earlier on. So that's what will be happening. I would like to say thank you on behalf of FOSABU. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can give FOSABU a bigger round of applause. Thank you very much. And our chief guest is here. FOSABU, your timing is impeccable. Very shortly, His Excellency the President will be joining us in the tent. And we'll have the protocol for that, which will include the anthems. And then we will move into the formal closing ceremony, which will be handled by our Minister for Foreign Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency the President has arrived. He's currently at the receiving party, and then he will be ushered into the tent. And at that moment, I will ask you and take you through the existing protocol. We want to appreciate all of you, our delegates who've been with us since yesterday, and we appreciate the partnerships, the conversations between the businesses, and of course, the sponsorship of this two-day summit by all the partners, as FOSABU spoke, including DFCU, that is not a member of FOSABU, for supporting the very successful Uganda-South Africa Trade and Investment Summit. His Excellency the President is at the moment in the exhibition tent, and he will have the opportunity to visit some of the 30 exhibitors, some of the 30 stalls that have organizations and agencies that are responsible for investment and supporting the private sector here in Uganda, but also visit the stalls of some of our South African companies that are exhibiting in the tent among the 30 agencies and institutions that are in the exhibition area. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency the President will be making his way into the plenary tent and joining us for the formal ceremony in closing this Uganda-South Africa Trade and Investment Summit. We want to appreciate our key stakeholders in this conversation: the Presidential Advisory Committee on Exports and Industrial Development, the Uganda Investment Authority, represented here by the Director General, and the line ministries who are being represented here by the Honorable Ministers that will be introduced and recognized when the closing ceremony begins. We want to appreciate the delegation from South Africa, and it was quite an awesome evening we had last night. I have received a report card from last night. I hope this is not leaking into that tin. All right. And I have the score of Uganda versus South Africa from last night. And I'm told it was hands down. In whose favor? I think we really had. We want a rematch. The Ugandans have asked for a rematch even before we give them the score. So they know their fate already. No, but honestly, we got the ministerial dance. I hope Echi is not listening to this. We got the ministerial dance last night. And we got the CEOs dancing like they didn't know tomorrow was a business day. Oh, what a great night. We want to appreciate Absa for a wonderful night last night. Thank you so much. You really killed it. Can we give them a round of applause, guys, yesterday? I'm glad it didn't happen today because we were not going to leave. All right? And so shortly we will receive His Excellency and the receiving party who will be joining us. I'm happy to report that all the key ministries are represented here. The Ministry of Finance, with the Direct Minister responsible for investment. For those of you who would want to have those engagements, the MTN group will handle that. And they are already building the blocks in the partnerships we are building today. And since February this year, we have the minister, two ministers from the Ministry of Trade who are here, one minister in charge of industry and the minister in charge of trade, who are all here and represented. We have the Minister of ICT and National Guidance, where MTN falls. And of course, we have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that is leading the conversation for this summit. So we really want to appreciate all the key ministries that are here and supporting this summit that of course has brought over 56, I don't know if you heard that, 56 South African companies are represented at this summit. Can we give the South African delegation a round of applause? And we really want to appreciate all of you. Someone from Uganda Airlines said, I hope they flew Uganda Airlines as they were coming. And then they said, next time we'll charter the entire flight because we won't fit in that small one. So send us the big one. Right? Yeah, I see, they agree. Where's Nyanzi? Nyanzi, we want the Airbus next time when we are coming back. I think you have heard. Yes, they want the Airbus. This one was too small. They left most of their luggage behind. Especially the ladies. They said they had too much luggage. They only asked to carry one case. I am also hoping that the South Africans are staying and visiting our national parks. And as I say that, the chairman of Uganda Tourism Board is here, David Megereko. We want to thank you, sir. The South African promised to come back and visit the national parks. And if you have a South African next to you and you're Ugandan, please tell them which national park, because you're going to be spoiled for choice, right? In which park to tell them to go to. I always think Lake Mburu National Park is the closest because it's just here on your way to the west. But the farthest the park is, the more beautiful it is. I don't know if you're aware. And we have a new gem. The chairman will tell those who are with him. Kidepo National Park, an amazing place that we should all visit. But also we have one unique feature. Please don't tell anyone from Rwanda here that all the gorillas are actually Ugandan gorillas. But they only cross over at night when they are going to eat. You know, you have to. You can't feed from the same area. So at night they cross over into Rwanda and they feed and they come back home. So if you ever go to any of, plus, trust me on this one, I hope no one is recording this, you will never miss seeing a gorilla if you're going gorilla trekking. It's the only country you will never miss seeing a gorilla if you're gorilla trekking. I don't know about the others, but I am sure that will happen. Anyway, you must come and see the gorillas. You must come and see the mountains of the moon, Rwenzori. That's the most beautiful place in the world. But also you must visit Cape Town. Where's Brand South Africa? You're quiet. I thought you'd be thanking me for saying that. If you haven't been to Cape Town, ask our DSTV friends. Every time they have a meeting in South Africa, they prefer the meeting in Cape Town. So I've been lucky to go there, and there's many other things I would have said, but Brand South Africa hasn't given me permission. I will not. But I really think you need to visit our country. Dr. Victoria Sechitoleko, last night the delegation said they loved Ugandan food. great Ugandan organic food that they had. Oh, His Excellency is coming. So, ladies and gentlemen, I must go back to the formalities. That was just a small interlude. Thanks, Yolanda. Ladies and gentlemen, may we all stand and receive His Excellency the President. Please remain standing. Please remain standing. We'll have the anthems. Please remain standing. May we now have microphone. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you can take your seats, please. Members of the press, we need to clear the front, please. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the Honorable Ministers, Your Excellencies, the Ambassadors, the heads of UN agencies represented here, our heads of the government agencies and departments, the MTN group, our anchor sponsors and partners, and all the sponsors who are here, the captains of industry, and our delegates from South Africa and Uganda, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to this closing ceremony of the Uganda-South Africa Trade and Investment Summit. Your Excellency, before I invite the Honorable Mulemba, who is in charge of today's program, I just had been asked to manage one or two things, especially with the protocol. I want in a very special way to introduce, especially to the South African delegation that is here, the Honorable Ministers who are here with us, and Your Excellency, I will be a bit selfish since I am from Uganda Broadcasting Corporation and start with my very own minister, the Minister of ICT and National Guidance, Dr. Chris Bariomusi. Please stand for recognition.
I also want to recognize the Honorable Francis Mwebesa, the Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Representing the Minister of Finance is the Minister of State for Investment, the Honorable Evelyn Anite. The Ministry of Trade, Your Excellency, is well represented here. We have the Minister of State for Trade, the Honorable Ntabazi. Please stand for recognition. And the Minister of State for Industry and the Minister of Trade, the Honorable David Bahati. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, our host ministry, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Honorable John Mulimba. Your Excellency, the Honorable Mulimba will introduce the South African delegation. But Your Excellency, just before I invite him, I have been requested by our very own PASID, the Presidential Advisory Committee on Export and Industrial Development, Your Excellency, to highlight some of the successes of this summit. And you will, in the declaration, get the details. But before that, I really wanted to appreciate Your Excellency that in the last 2 days, this conversation that has been led by MTN Group, with the support, of course, of the High Commission, South African High Commission to Uganda and the Uganda High Commission to South Africa, has the following success stories from yesterday. And I wanted to recognize these companies, Your Excellency, that have expressed interest in the different sectors, because this detail will not be in the declaration. Your Excellency, I will start with Tiger Brands. Now, Tiger Brands, Your Excellency, has committed to start exporting gin nuts, tomatoes, and beans from Uganda into South Africa. Can we give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Your Excellency, they will be working with the cooperatives here in Uganda on that front. Do we have Tiger Brands in the room? Can you stand for recognition, Tiger Brands? Yes, please stand. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, we have SADC Grain Prime, and these have been talking to the Uganda Grain Council. Your Excellency, the conversation on maize is critical, and they say they have begun talking, and they should be coming back to us with success stories. Do we have the SADC representative in the room? Can you stand for recognition? SADC? Yes, they're at the back. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Your Excellency, we have Redcore Coruscell. This is a packaging company from South Africa. Your Excellency, they will be coming to support packaging for export. Can you stand for recognition, Redcore? Please stand. And I want to now quickly move into the others. Autistic Trading Enterprise. This is a food processing agency. The Genius Leather Collections, who will be looking at crafts and leather fashions. We have Brand South Africa, known to everyone, but they are looking for partnerships with Brand Uganda, Uganda Connect, to create a Brand Africa initiative. Your Excellency, this particular initiative will be driven by Arif Monsi. Arif, if you could stand for recognition. He's producing electric transformers in South Africa, and he's already talking to our team here to start the Uganda Connect hub in South Africa. Can we give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Your Excellency, we have Road Saver, Road Construction and Road Assistance Services, and Blend Tunnels, who will be looking at fruit pulp and juice. And finally, digital people production, the partnerships in media and live streaming, an area of interest for Uganda Broadcasting Corporation. With that, Your Excellency, I want to take the pleasure of inviting the Honorable John Mulimba, who will be leading us into today's program. Can we give the Honorable Minister a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Uganda, our visiting ministers from the Republic of South Africa, ministers from the Republic of Uganda, Excellencies Ambassador, particularly the Ambassador of South Africa to Uganda, and that of Uganda to South Africa, the investors, CEOs leading your different investment groups, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, I would like to report to you that arising out of your directive and that of your host then in the first round of the Uganda-South Africa Summit, which took place in South Africa, you directed that we have the return leg of the Trade and Investment Summit here in Kampala, and that is the reason why we are gathered here, Your Excellency. The summit began the other day with reviewing the matrix escalated to us as ministers from the technical people. Yesterday, we had plenary, and today we are crowning it all, Your Excellency. Permit me to introduce to you our visiting delegation from the Republic of South Africa, led by the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Land Development, who is the leader of delegation from the Republic of South Africa, the Honorable Minister, Ms. Thoko Didiza. Permit me, Your Excellency, introduce to you the Minister for Communication and Digital Technologies, the Honorable Minister Mondli Gugumbele. Your Excellency, permit me to introduce to you the Deputy Minister of Tourism, the Honorable Mr. Fish Mahalela. Permit me to introduce to you the Deputy Minister for Trade, Industry and Competitions, the Honorable Nomalungelo Gina. Permit me, Your Excellency, to introduce to you Her Excellency, the Ambassador of South Africa to Uganda, Ms. Zingwana. In the same vein, permit me to introduce to you the High Commission of Uganda to South Africa, our own. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, this summit has been enabled by a number of companies. It has been sponsored by a number of companies, led by the MTN group of companies, represented here by the group chairperson, Jonas Mukbesi, the CEO, and the President, Ralph Mupita. Kindly stand up for your recognition. Your Excellency, the other group is the Absa group, headed by the CEO, Mr. Mumba Kalifungwa. We also had Stanbic Bank, which is represented here by Mr. Andrew Mushanda. Sanlam Group, headed by CEO, Ms. Ruth Namuli. Nile Breweries, headed by the CEO, Adu Rando. MultiChoice, headed by CEO, Hassan Saleh. And DFCU Group, headed by Charles Mudiwa. Your Excellency, would like to give you the outcome of the summit first leg, which happened in the Republic of South Africa. And in order to do that, permit me to invite the Minister of Finance, being represented here by the Honorable Anite, to come and give a recap, quick recap of the outcomes of the summit first leg, which came out as a result of your directive and the directive of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Ramaphosa. Kindly welcome.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the ministers present from Uganda, the Minister of Trade and Cooperatives, Honorable Mwebesa, the Minister of ICT, and the state ministers present, the head of UN Women, the ministers from South Africa, the Ambassador of South Africa, and the Ugandan Ambassador to South Africa, the Chairman, Group CEO, and all the top leadership of MTN Global, and MTN National, as in Uganda, all the distinguished investors, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, allow me first of all start by commending you for creating an conducive environment for Ugandans to live in, but also, most importantly, for business to thrive in our country. Your Excellency, the first accountability of the good job that you've done for peace and stability in our country is the evidence that as we speak, MTN has got over 18 million subscribers, and thanks to the President's creation of peace and stability. Your Excellency, right from the time you took over power in 1996, you stated your agenda for the country very clearly. And you did mention that it is not just a mere change of guards, that it will be a fundamental change. Mr. President, we've been indeed witnessing fundamental change in different sectors of our economy. And Mr. President, you did mention under your 10-point program, point number 5, that you will build for this beautiful country, Uganda, an integrated and self-sustaining economy. And you've been walking the talk by directing us, your believers and your ministers, that we should focus in promoting the 4 sectors of our economy that can bring money in our economy, namely commercial agriculture, services, manufacturing, and ICT. Your Excellency, you did lead a delegation to South Africa, and when you led the delegation, this agenda for strengthening the relationship between Uganda and South Africa started 2 years. Most prominently is around the COVID time and post-COVID when you led us to South Africa. You did emphasize to the earlier companies that had come to Uganda that they must not only focus on communication and money, access to credit, which was being done by Absa, Stanbic Bank, and MTN. You made a very vivid call to MTN to have investment conference and trade conference in Uganda. And Your Excellency, today, MTN is walking the talk, and I want to inform you, Mr. President, and Ugandans, that today MTN has brought on board 40 companies from South Africa. Your Excellency, I know that you're a man who walks the talk and you want evidence-based studies. I'd like to ask all the companies from South Africa, all the 40 companies, to stand up for recognition and wave to the President. All the companies from South Africa, the 40 of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mr. President, you did mention that we should focus on value addition. PASED, Ministry of Trade and Cooperatives, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Uganda Investment Authority, and Ministry of Finance were able to do a matchmaking and resolving on how we are going to work together with these 40 companies. Our major focus was on value addition. We were able to sign deals on fertilizer, value addition on fertilizer, using our phosphate, export of coffee. Your Excellency, the good news from South Africa was that our Ugandan coffee exporter and the company that does value addition, Nelson Tugume, I just want to ask him to stand up as I make this point. Nelson Tugume is there, Your Excellency. You've gone ahead and supported Nelson Tugume and other 14 consortium members, and now they've gotten opportunity to export coffee in the market of South Africa. Your Excellency, we have gotten deals of signing beef, of exporting our beef to South Africa, fruits and vegetables. And at this point, Mr. President, allow me to thank you for going through the exhibition, because you're able to understand what we're doing here more. Let us clap for our President, because he took his time to go through that. Your Excellency, there were some challenges, and I want to inform you that we did not, around taxes and how we can break through to strengthen the economic relationship between Uganda and South Africa. We've been able to have these discussions from yesterday, and we'll continue with these discussions. Indeed, we will resolve those challenges because you've given us able guidance, and we will give you the report on how we have arrived on the solutions. Your Excellency, within my time, I have said what MTN Global has done. Allow me, with your permission, invite the chairman of MTN and the president of MTN and the vice president and the CEO, Sylvia, your Kenyan daughter, to come here, and the global CEO makes the remark on behalf of MTN in this wonderful occasion. I thank you, Mr. President.
Your Excellency, the President of Uganda, Her Excellencies, the High Commissioner of the Republic of South Africa, the Ambassador of Uganda to South Africa, Ministers and Deputy Ministers of State present here, both from Uganda and South Africa, Director Generals, Commissioners, and CEOs of our regulatory bodies, MTN Uganda Board, colleagues from the private sector, both from South Africa and in Uganda, ladies and gentlemen. Under normal circumstances, Honorable President would have given you a very long speech. Today, I think, we will be very short and probably to the point. We would want to first acknowledge that in our last encounter with Your Excellency, you raised a couple of issues with MTN Group. The first was that MTN has a bigger role to play than just playing in the space of telecommunication and financial inclusion, and therefore we need to find ways of exercising and playing a role broader and bigger than that. The second was that we need to look specifically on promoting manufacturing activities in Uganda, but also ensure that we help you attract South African companies to invest in Uganda. And thirdly, we agreed that a summit, an investment and trade summit, will be held in Uganda that will combine South Africa and Uganda in a conversation, but also ensure that we bring private sector in full to participate and exchange views in such a platform. Today, we're closing that summit. And as ministers who stood here before me outlined, a lot of success was made in all the areas that we committed ourselves to. But more importantly, we can also report that we have actually helped in the facilitation of manufacturing of cell phones in Uganda. As you were touring the exhibition, I'm sure you recognize. But we've also gone further than that to say that in the near future, we will be procuring 1 million handsets from that factory to ensure that it is viable and it survives. So we can say without any fear of contradiction that this conference has been very successful. But in going through the deliberation in the conference, it was very clear that it was not just about deals. It was also about looking at the investment environment in Uganda, but also in the continent. There are a couple of points that I think came through as we interact amongst ourselves as business, but also as we interact with counterparts in government. The first is, I think there is great appreciation of the institutional quality of Ugandan institutions by both MTN and many of the private sector players who were here. I think the big message we are passing is that we should continue to strengthen the quality of institutions in Uganda, but also in other parts of the continent. In doing that, we must also strive to reduce the cost of doing business in the continent, and in particular in Uganda. We have experience as MTN and many of the private sector players here, and you have experienced regulators who understand the investment environment. I think through that collaboration, we should continue to work in strengthening the investment environment. Part of that work should include strengthening contract enforcement, unambiguous policies, a culture of efficiency and anti-corruption, and access to finance are some of what we think are important factors in ensuring that we have a viable investment climate. The second area, President, that I thought came through very strongly is the need to strengthen intra-regional and continental trade. Again here, Honorable President, this in part is the function of tariffs, but mainly it is the function of also cost of doing business across borders. That is why we welcome the commitment to the African Continental Field Trade Area. There are studies that show that the estimated cost of intra-regional trade in East Asia is 50% less than intra-regional trade in the continent. And that, we think, is something that all of us, corporates as well as governments in the continent, should work about. We did a couple of studies. One of them showed that if you have a container moving from Durban Port in South Africa 5,000 kilometers to Lesotho and Maseru in Lesotho, that will cost 50% more than moving a container from Mumbai to Durban. And that is something that we think that we'll continue to have to deal with. The third area is finding ways of dealing with urbanization. It is very clear that urbanization is happening at a pace that is very fast in the continent. And we need to look at how do we finance, support infrastructure to actually capture the potential that is carried by urbanization. The fourth point is infrastructure. And my last point is about finding means of looking at how do we finance infrastructure and development in the continent. There has been a very useful discussion during this conference about financing models for infrastructure that range from how do you build partnership between the private sector and governments in financing infrastructure. I think, Mr. President, that conversation should continue. The digital agenda remains central to our work, and we'll continue with what we're doing in this area. Can I end off by thanking all the ministers present here today, particularly the ministers from South Africa, for having really kind of gone out of their way to ensure that they make this a success. I must also thank our ambassadors, both the Ugandan ambassador to South Africa, as well as the South African ambassador to Uganda. Sisi, you have done very well for our country, and the contribution that you have made to make this a success is noticed and acknowledged. I must also end by thanking my colleagues in the private sector for actually having stood side by side with us and put money into the process to ensure that this event is successful. Lastly, as I am about to stand up to sit down, I thank the ministers from Uganda for always having their doors open for MTN. I must say that there's been difficult conversation, Your Excellency, as you would know, between MTN and Uganda, and there will continue to be difficult conversations between us on a range of issues. What we appreciate is that we have always had your door open to us, and you have been willing to engage. And all the ministers that we deal with have been very positive in engaging us and supporting MTN. We really salute you for that. I thank you.
Thank you very, very much, MTN. Mr. President, as I conclude my speech for today, I just want to commend you for, now this time as the chairman of the National Resistance Movement. Out of the 4 points of the principles of NRM, there are 2 principles that I want to single out today that you have ably led us as NRM members to ensure that we support our country and our nation. And these 2 principles that I want to refer to is principle of Pan-Africanism. Your Excellency, I want to thank you for being a true Pan-Africanist and connecting Uganda to the rest of Africa by not only building relationships, which are diplomatic relations, but taking Uganda to the market of 1.4 billion people. If you're Ugandan, please clap. Your Excellency, my final point is on nationalism. Your Excellency, this principle, as the chairman of the National Resistance Movement that I'm addressing today, I want to thank you for giving support to the private sector. PSFU, as the lead private sector mobilizer and organizer, has brought in this room 50 Ugandan companies. I want to ask Private Sector Foundation and all the private sector companies from Uganda to stand up and wave to the President. So, Your Excellency, you have a full composition, and I know that you're an excellent speaker, and you will truly deliver the message of wealth creation and prosperity of not only Uganda, but Africa. I thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, Honorable Anite, and the MTN group for your kind remarks. Your Excellency, we shall request you to oversee the signing of two memorandum of understanding, one between Uganda Industrial Research Institute and Hexagon Electrical Limited, which has set up an engineering hub to manufacture electricity transformers in Uganda. The next one will be memorandum of understanding between Investment South Africa and Uganda Investment Authority in promotion and facilitation of investment between the Republic of Uganda and the Republic of South Africa. We request you, sir, that that be done after your address. Now permit me, sir, to proceed and present a communique, which is the South African-Uganda Trade Investment Summit Declaration, also called the Kampala Declaration. It was recalled that during the state visit of His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni to South Africa and the first session of Uganda-South Africa Trade and Investment Summit in February 2023, the Excellencies President Ramaphosa and President Yoweri Museveni approved the convening and hosting of the second session of the Uganda-South Africa Trade and Investment Summit in Kampala before the end of 2023. Secondly, at the invitation of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Uganda, in conjunction with the Department of International Relations and Cooperation of the Republic of South Africa, the Uganda-South Africa Trade and Investment Summit was convened and held on the 5th to 6th September 2023 in Kampala, Uganda. Third, the summit was attended by the Honorable Thoko Didiza, Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, Honorable Mondli Gungumbele, Minister of Communication and Digital Technologies, Honorable Nomalungelo Gina, Deputy Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition from Republic of South Africa, Honorable Chris Bariomunsi, Minister of ICT of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Francis Mwevesa, Minister of Trade and Industry and Cooperatives, myself, Minister of State Foreign Affairs, in charge of Regional Affairs, the Honorable Bright Ramirama, Minister of State for Animal Industry and Fisheries, the Honorable Keris Peter, the Honorable Evelyn Anite, in charge of investment from finance, Mr. Odrek Rwabogo, Chairman of PASAID, Mr. Humphrey Nzei, Chairman Private Sector Foundation from the Republic of Uganda. Fourth, the summit was also attended by the High Commissioners of Uganda and South Africa, senior government officials, captains of industries and private sector from both countries. Number 5, the ministers and captains of industries recalled and reviewed recommendations of the first South Africa Trade and Investment Summit in South Africa in February 2023 and noted with satisfaction the commitment and enthusiasm of the two countries in addressing obstacles and challenges of doing business in their respective countries. Number 6, they expressed gratitude towards the strong support from His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa and His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni for fostering strong bonds of bilateral relations encourage government officials to take practical steps to ensure easy facilitation of trade and investment in both countries to spur growth and economic development. 7, the ministers reiterated the commitment of their respective countries resolving all challenges to business in Uganda and South Africa, including 1, strengthening corporate relations between private sector and governments in order to seamlessly work together to enhance business processes. 2, strengthening trade and business linkages for favorable balance of trade between two countries. 3, removal of all trade barriers and enhancement of free movement of goods, services, capital, and people. 4, operationalizing the South African-Uganda Committee of Ministers of Foreign Affairs and Trade to handle the challenges of respective business communities. This is to create a harmonious business environment for two private sectors to thrive. Number 5, revenue authorities of two countries to hold regular meetings with the private sector to address challenges. Number 6, expediting processes of reciprocal recognition of standards and compliances for goods and services. This will operationalize the Joint Technical Committee and Joint Technical Working Groups agreed on during the previous second session of the JCC held in Kampala, Uganda, 2022. Number 7, directed the senior government officials to operationalize joint technical committees to implement all signed MOUs and decisions of Uganda-South Africa Joint Commission of Cooperation, including free movement of goods, services, capital, people, and harmonization of mutual recognition of standards. Number 8, the ministers welcomed the outcome of a meeting of the two chiefs of immigration of Uganda and South Africa that took place in Kampala from 31st August to 4th September 2023 and developed a roadmap on addressing immigration-related matters. 8, the South African delegation commended the Republic of Uganda for convening the second edition of the South Africa Trade and Investment Summit and expressed gratitude for the warm reception and hospitality accorded to them. Number 9, the ministers welcomed the signing of two MOUs, MOU between URI and Hexagon Electrical Limited for setting up an engineering hub to manufacture electricity transformers, and the second one, MOU between Invest South Africa and Uganda Investment Authority in promotion and facilitation of investment between the Republic of Uganda and the Republic of South Africa. Number 10, Uganda appreciated the role the South African companies are playing in socio-economic development of the country. Number 11, commitments. The summit welcomed the following commitments. 1, investment in production of transformers in Uganda. Second, MOU for the export of 25 tons of beef per month from Uganda to South Africa. 3, export of roasted coffee from Uganda to South Africa, which will more than double our current exports of $1.2 million. Number 4, MTN partnership with an assembling plant for cell phones in Uganda. Number 5, expression of interest from South African company to invest in manufacturing of ammonium fertilizers using green energy, of which Uganda has plenty. Number 6, increased by 4-fold the tourist arrivals, including weekly charters from South Africa to Uganda. Uganda Airlines has agreed to increase the weekly frequency and capacity of South Africa and maintain a rate of $1 per kilo of fruits, vegetables, flowers, and coffee. Training support for the Hospitality Institute in Jinja. Number 12, the two delegations applauded the sponsors of the summit, including MTN, Absa Bank, Stanbic Bank, Nile Breweries, DFCU Bank, PSFU, Sanlam, DSTV, PASAID, UIA, and other stakeholders for their role in making the second edition of Uganda-South Africa Business and Investment Summit possible, and further noted that this kind of partnership between government and private sector is critical in growing business between two sisterly countries. Your Excellency President, that marks the end of the Kampala Declaration. With those having said that, Your Excellency, sir, it's now my singular honor and privilege to invite you to come and address the summit. Your Excellency, sir.
Sit down, please. The honorable ministers and members of parliament, the ambassadors, and the business people. I have a bit of cold, but I checked, there's no corona. And when I get near you, I put on a mask so you will not get my cold. By 1963, we had started noticing the two lines in Africa. I have been lucky to watch all this and to participate. Initially, the issues were not very clear. However, by 1965, the two lines of thinking in Africa had become clear. One line was the neo-colonial thinking, pushed or permitted, or I don't know what words to use, by groups which say they care about Africa, but actually they don't. And that line was the maintenance, not maintenance, maintenance of what we are calling in the 1960s enclave economies. Enclave economies, which means enclave is another English word for island, an island or an intrusion of some sort. Now, these enclave economies were characterized by a small island of modernity surrounded by a sea of backwardness. The word we were using to describe them in the 1960s in the universities was enclave. Now, the enclave here in Uganda, by 1962 independence, was characterized by what they were calling the 3 C's and the 3 T's. The three C's were cotton, coffee, and copper. And the 3 T's were tobacco, tourism, and tea. These were the only money economy enterprises in Uganda that time. And they covered a very small portion of the population. I've been trying to get figures But I think by 1969, only 4% of the population were in that small island of money economy. The rest were outside the money economy in what they call non-monetary GDP, where they would be producing food for eating and self-sustenance. In our language here, we call it okora echida chonka, working only for the stomach, working only for eating. No money. But even as recently as 2013, in spite of our interventions, only 32% of the homesteads were in the money economy. 68% were still outside the money economy. So therefore, by 1965, the divergence of thinking among the intelligentsia, if you may call them that, were the two lines. One line was maintain the colonial logic of enclave economies. The other line was, which we came to join, was no. That's what Honorable Anita was talking about. Our point number 5 in our 10 points program, which was building an economy that was independent, integrated, and self-sustaining. And the arguments went on throughout the 60s. Then Idi Amin, in the case of Uganda, Idi Amin came in. When Idi Amin came in, he destroyed the small enclave economy, the one which was there. He destroyed it completely. Out of the 2 C's, of the 3 C's, only the coffee survived. It kept limping on. The other 2 collapsed, copper and cotton. Out of the 3 T's, only tobacco kept limping on. The other 2 collapsed. So by the time we came in, we more or less no longer had even an enclave economy. We had to bring it back. Number 1, that's what we are calling minimum economic recovery. Number 2, we had to expand it. Number 3, we had to diversify it. Number 4, we had to tackle the big crisis in Africa of exporting unprocessed raw materials. This is the biggest theft that is going on now, all this time. Massive theft. And number 5, so number 4, adding value deliberately to the raw materials of Africa. And number 5, introducing the knowledge economy based on knowledge. Now, people thought that this was just ideas. But ideas have consequences. When you see the crisis which is going on in Africa today, the problems in Guinea, Conakry, problems in Mali, problems in Burkina Faso, problems in Niger, problems in Gabon, problems in Central African Republic, Congo. These are directly the consequence of the mistakes by the neo-colonialists, those who follow the neo-colonial line. Because what has happened is that the economies don't grow because much of the value is being stolen. If you take coffee, the global value of coffee in business is $460 billion. $460 billion. But all the coffee-growing countries in the world share only $25 billion of the $460 billion. And Africa takes only $2.5 billion from the $460 billion. And that's the same story for iron ore, for copper, for what? So because of that, and the population growing, you get the crisis that you are seeing in many of the African countries. Many of the African countries cannot even be able to fund the army. They have no money. And what do? To bring UN. Imagine to bring UN to defend you. UN to defend me. As if I am an imbecile. How can I fail to defend myself and be defended by the UN? This is an insult. But that's Africa. Insecurity, what have you, because the states don't have the capacity. All the money is being stolen. All the value. You take the example of Niger, where there's a big crisis now. Apparently, Niger has been exporting to France uranium. And the French, clever people, they use the uranium to generate electricity for themselves from nuclear energy. How about your friends in Niger? No electricity. They are getting the little electricity from Nigeria, I hear. But you wonderful Frenchman, a Christian, why would you take all this uranium from Niger and you don't even build for them one nuclear plant? One. What sort of people are you? We have uranium here, and some years ago, some clever man came. He was from Canada. He said, I want to take uranium. Take it where? Take it to Canada. Why? Well, we use it for some values. I said, I know, I'm not as ignorant as I look. I know you want my uranium for generating electricity and for agriculture. But I have had a rumor that there are human beings here in Uganda. So before you take it to make electricity for others, first make for me here. Then I can get you some extra for you to take, but not. So up to now, not a single kilogram of uranium has ever been taken from Uganda. Let it stay in the ground until you people wake up and you know how to use it for yourselves or for our grandchildren. Nobody can take Uganda's uranium when I'm here. No way. So this criminality, I was checking, there is some problem in Gabon. Gabon produces a lot of things, manganese, even petroleum. So I asked my people to check, do they have a refinery in Gabon? I don't know, they have not given me the answer yet. In many of the African countries, they don't have, which produce petroleum, they don't have petroleum refineries, no. Here, we have some oil, which we found many years ago. They were dying to take it out quickly. I said, no. It has been in the ground for 2 million years. Let it stay until we get a good solution. I was very unpopular. But the Wanyankore say, Kahende kiteta mbogo. If you cast a buffalo, I wish you break your leg. The buffalo will not break its leg. So I said, no, oil will not go from here unless you build a refinery. And if a refinery will be built, there have been maneuvers, but a refinery will be built, and it will take the first call on the oil here. But I want to find out whether they have an oil refinery in Gabon. So therefore, when we came into the government, that was our line. Building an economy that is independent, integrated, and self-sustaining. Integrated means what you are now doing here. You have said now somebody would be making transformers to support our electricity building effort. That's integration. That's integration. And in the near future, they will be using, you'll be using our copper, because the copper is there. In the past, it was not linked with the economy, because at that time they were purifying the copper to 94% purity, blister copper, and yet to link with the local industry, you need 99.9 purity, what they call cathode copper. Groups have been coming here, going. If you don't produce cathode copper, the copper will stay in the ground, go away. So therefore, when South Africa got freedom, I met Mzee Mandela. I said, now let's use South African, because South Africa had some capacity at that time of more investors, some capital, and I wanted to take advantage of them. And they also take advantage of me to build a stronger economy for Africa. That's how I proposed to Mzee Mandela. We started a wide-body joint airline, wide-body, big planes. It didn't continue. There was some problem. I don't remember what. I am the one who brought ESCOM here. Say, okay, if they have an electricity company, let them come and participate here. I'm the one who overruled Dr. Surma and allowed, what do you call Stanbic? They call it Stanbic now? To take over our commercial bank, our government commercial bank. I'm the one. I insisted. I said, no, let's. I welcomed MTN and gave them a monopoly for, I think, 5 or 10 years. But I told them, the black man from Stanbic, I remember him very well. Recently he came to see me. He was fatter now than the other time. The other time he was smaller. And I told him, I said, I'm giving you this government bank because I want to link the business potential of Uganda with the business potential of South Africa. Because we as Anita was saying, for us we think in Pan-Africanist ways. But things didn't move. I think people were busy. Until recently, I complained to some people. I said no, including my friend, the MTN man. When he came, I told him, I said, you are a bad businessman. You don't know how to do business. Both the MTN man and even this one of the banks, you all don't know how to do business. Because the banks and the telephones are service industry, are service sectors. People use them to communicate, to bank money. But those people who are using your telephones, where are they getting income from? If they are not earning, where would they get money to use your phone more? How can you say you are a service company and you don't know where many of your customers are earning income from? So what I was telling them, I'm glad now I think you are beginning to work on it, because these economies here, like especially this one here, has got a lot of hydro capacity. You have heard that until recently, 68% of the people were outside the money economy. We are to bring in the army to distribute coffee seedlings for these people, villagers, to join the money economy by growing coffee. Now the figure has come down to the ones outside the money economy are now 39%. The one in the money economy are 61%. And we want everybody to join the money economy. If all this join the money economy, we need to not benefit the telephone industry, the communication. Will they not ring more? If all these people join the money economy, will we not have more money in the banks for the Stanbic and the other one? And then value addition. If we add value and the economy of Uganda grows, becomes much bigger, we get more money from coffee. Instead of getting $2.5 per kilo for coffee, because that's what happens now. We, the coffee growers, get $2.5 per kilo of good coffee. The one who roasts it outside gets $40. So the question is, who is aiding who? I have been asking that question. So Europe is aiding Africa. Really? I am aiding you. You are not Europeans. If the Europeans were here, I would tell them. I'm aiding you, Europe, by $37 in every kilogram of coffee. In every kilogram of coffee, I am helping the outsiders, Europeans, Chinese, whatever. I give them $37, I keep only $2 on every kilogram of coffee. Who is aiding who? So I'm very glad that now, in our small battle here, we are working together to solve this problem. Because when you say, I have seen all those items there, that will mean more families in Uganda who are outside the money economy will join the money economy, which is good for them, but also for MTN, for the banks. Then adding value and integration, linking the electricity industry with the local engineering capacity. So I want to thank His Excellency Ramaphosa. I heard our minister calling him Ramaphosa. I don't think that's the name. When I last checked, His Excellency was Ramaphosa. I want to thank him for remembering and sending you. And I want to thank the High Commissioners for being High Commissioners who are not asleep. Because many of the High Commissioners are asleep and they just drink champagne. Because the items we have captured here are good. The potential is very big. Countries like this one here have got everything. There's nothing that we don't have here in Uganda. Agriculture, minerals, forest, everything is here. And we are right on the equator. One part of Uganda is south of the equator, another part is north of the equator. Now, because of that, when it is a dry season in the south, it is raining in the north. So we have the big potential. So it's very good that we link up as Africa and work together. Now, I want to apologize to our entrepreneurs like Mama Bella, the one of Bella Wines. Our people have been okunegura nokumanya. Okunegura tokumanya lichiga. Okunegura Baganda bachita kokonyo. Chebaita Muganda kokonyo. When you give somebody something and then when he comes to take it, you take it away. My people have been kunegura that woman for a long time. And I must apologize on their behalf, but this time I will make sure that you get support. And I heard that Tugume and his group also, the support is not what. I know how to ring, I will ring you. And you'll tell me the story. So with these few words, I'm now very happy. And I forgive MTN all the past sins. And I forgive Stanbic all the past sins. The Absa, who are the owners of Absa? Are they Nigerians or what? But I'm glad you, the banks, you are waking up. You cannot go and get it. There was a story, a sad story. Sit down, thank you. There was a sad story. A woman fainted. A mother fainted. But she had a child. So when she was fainted and fell down, the child went on suckling the breast, thinking that the woman has no problem. So I don't want you, the MTN and the banks, to go on suckling a mother who has fainted. You need to put blood in this. You need to put blood in the woman so that when you suckle, you have something to suckle. You cannot have underdevelopment services in an underdeveloped economy. You are just cheating yourself, because you would earn more if that economy was developed. And this is always my problem with all these so-called planners in Africa. On the side of the government people, you need to take advantage of the private sector, because the private sector can do things more easily at their own cost. But you need to facilitate them and guide them. In spite of my quarrels with MTN, you hear that when they came here first time, the telephone lines in Uganda were only 28,000. 28,000 telephone lines. Now the telephone lines in Uganda are more than 30 million, I think. And that one has been solved by the private sector at their own cost. But what we need is to guide the private sector, to tell them, maybe they don't know it very well, that in order to do even better business, help us. Don't use your own money. You bring us other contacts, because this was my issue with them. Bring me other investors. For you, you are in telephones. Bring me investors in value addition. Investors in mining. Like now, we have designed and we are making our own electric vehicles, electric cars, which we call Kira, the Nile. That's the name of the Nile. Electric vehicles, electric buses, minibuses, and so on. And we are struggling to make lithium batteries here, because we have the lithium, and our lithium will not be exported. We shall make the batteries here. So, if you get me investors, I have some, I don't know, but if we can get more, then we would export, we would use the lithium batteries in our own vehicles and export others to other people. So that's another area where you can help me to get some investors. So please, then the Ugandans on your side, don't delay these people, because business people don't have time to waste. For you, you are eating government money. Whether you work or you don't work, you get salaries. But private sector, when they don't work efficiently, they go bankrupt. So that's why they are more disciplined than the government people. So please always make sure they move fast. So I'm very glad with my brother, His Excellency Ramaphosa, and I welcome the ANC people. I normally see them. The beautiful lady, the Minister of Agriculture, I normally see her. And I thank everybody. Now, what do they call God in Amazulu? what they call God?
Your Excellency, good afternoon once again. In Zulu, God is called Unkulunkulu.
Ungulunkulu.
Yebo.
Kungulukulu. That's a description. The head of the heaven. Because in our dialects here, heaven is Iguru. Iguru is heaven. Kulu is senior or older or so Iguru Kulu. So Iguru Kulu has now done work now. Thank you very much. What do I do with the conference? I close it or what? What do I do with it? I declare it, you are declared closed now.
That you permit us have the ceremony of signing of the MOUs. Like I said before, we shall have the signing of a memorandum of understanding between Uganda Industrial Research Institute and the company which is going to manufacture.
Just hold on, let me do something. I don't want to miss anything.
Okay.
Just 1 minute.
Just take your seats. Take your seats.
muryazamanya kansimeruhanga kansimeruhanga abatamusibire bantumwe akwerize ejo myaka yakwereza obusinje tiwabota musimbire noba nomuryazamanya kansimeruhanga kansimeruhanga abatamusibire Mudeje simeranga Mudeje simeranga Mudeje simeranga Mudeje simeranga Makorere byokangaza Umusimire cyo myaka yawe yoyine Abakwemberachinde Mudeje simeranga Mudeje simeranga Makorere byokangaza Umusimire mirimo yawe yokora Zimwe batumwe mudeje simeranga Batumwa korere byokangaza Batumwe mudeje
Thank you very much, URI and Hexagon Electrical. The next MOU for signature, Your Excellency, is between Uganda Investment Authority and Invest South Africa. Thank you very much. Invest South Africa and Uganda Investment Authority. Your Excellency, we now have one last ceremony, which is handing over investment companies from South Africa by MTN, like you directed, to Uganda. But before I do that, Your Excellency, in the delegation of our South African brothers and sisters, we have the first son from the Republic of South Africa, Andile Ramaphosa, and Bridget, his wife, who are here. I would request you to kindly step forward and wave to His Excellency here. Andile and your wife, please come forward here and wave to His Excellency the President. May I now invite MTN to come and present companies from South Africa who are coming to invest in Uganda. Your Excellency, with your permission.
Thank you very much, the Honorable John Mulimba. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give the Honorable John Mulimba a round of applause for guiding us through today's program. Your Excellency, we just have one ask. After the anthems, Your Excellency, you will have 2 photos. And my humble prayer to the categories of people that will have photos is that the very first photo, Your Excellency, will be with the Honorable Ministers, the 2 delegations from South Africa and Uganda. And the second photo, Your Excellency, will be with the heads of the private sector companies that sponsored this summit. And you know yourselves, MTN, Absa, Sanlam, Stanbic, DFCU, Nile Breweries, MultiChoice, and PSFU, the Private Sector Foundation, Uganda. Please note, those will be the only 2 photos that the President will have after this on the dais where we are taking the photos from. So may we now be upstanding for the anthems, please.
Van onze hemel, uit die diepte sounds the call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We remain standing as His Excellency the President makes his way for the photos. I'll ask the protocol teams to lead our ministers, the honorable ministers, and our sponsors. Please make your way to the photo area. You will have just the two photos, the honorable ministers with His Excellency the President, and of course the sponsors. Your Excellency, we want to thank you. Can we give His Excellency another round of applause for joining us? The rest of us, please take your seats. Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Do take your seats. Please do take your seats, ladies and gentlemen.
Uganda tshemeriwe yakushemera tukashangwa twine byona imwe bantu tukashangwa twine mbanga twine shozi twine mjira twine nyanja maruti yashemera yakushemera dirkarwa kasha Mpora mpora bakanyanya Nyakushemera mpora nenjina y'omwana.
Please remain seated, ladies and gentlemen. You remain seated, ladies and gentlemen.
Abanyisire kurara Kashengereza abandi nizira Kashengereza abandi nizira Iya abagurusi bazabitebeye Abakikuru bashemigusho
Thank you, great performance. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Crane Performers. Thank you, Crane Performers. Thank you. May we take our seats, ladies and gentlemen. I will humbly request our protocol teams that are handling the honorable ministers to be able to take charge of the next phase with the honorable ministers and our stakeholders. So protocol teams, you will guide that. We want to appreciate all of you, ladies and gentlemen, for this Uganda-South Africa Trade and Investment Summit. On behalf of the organizing team, I really want to appreciate you. But before I let you go, please note, for the South African delegation, Uganda Tourism Board is offering a trip to Ngamba Island tomorrow. Those who are interested, register with the UTB team. I think Susan is at their desk in the exhibition area, and departure will be at 7 a.m. from here. And you could ask what is in Ngamba Island. Of course, the chimpanzees. And that will be quite an eventful morning, starting 7 a.m. tomorrow from the hotel. If you're interested, please register with Susan at the registration desk of Uganda Tourism Board in the exhibition area. And then I now want to request, and I know protocol is managing the next phase, especially with our ministers and some of our stakeholders. I want to appreciate all our partners. Ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together for our sponsors? Can we put our hands together to the sponsors? MTN, Absa, Sanlam, Stanbic, Private Sector Foundation Uganda, DFCU Bank, MultiChoice, MTN Momo, and Nile Breweries. Thank you so much for supporting this Uganda-South Africa Trade and Investment Summit. Lunch is served in the same area we were yesterday, and I am humbly requesting that you make your way to that area, but please, as you make your way, allow for protocol to handle our ministers and the key stakeholders that are running to another activity immediately. However, lunch for the rest of us, all the delegates, is in the same area we were yesterday. The lounge will continue to be open the whole afternoon and evening for the B2B meetings. If you want the matchmaking that, of course, Connect Uganda is handling, and also PASED, and all the stakeholders that are working to ensure the success and follow-ups of this meeting, I humbly request that you use the lounge, but this lunch area is the same. The conversations continue. Please share today's testimonies, share the conversation on all the platforms. If you need any information, the exhibition will still be open for the rest of today. Move to the exhibition area or the secretariat at the end of the tent for any more information you may need on the summit. On behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and on behalf of the key stakeholders, our High Commission in South Africa and the South Africa High Commission in Uganda, and our anchor sponsors, MTN, we want to thank you and wish you a fantastic afternoon. God bless.